and other electronics and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. This time we'd like to invite Pastor Jim Newell from the First Baptist Church to come forward to lead us in the invocation. If we could all please rise.
Mayor Davis, let me take just 1 second to let you know that the First Baptist Church just recently celebrated its 150th anniversary in the city of San Bernardino, and we want to say thank you to you and to all of our city councilmen and your servants, to Chief Bergwin and all of your force. It's a pleasure to serve with you in the city of San Bernardino. We have the same goal, and that's to meet the needs of the citizens of San Bernardino the best way we possibly can. Thank you. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Lord, I thank you for every soul that's in this room that is dedicated to taking care of the business of San Bernardino. And Father, we know that that there are hundreds of thousands of people in this city that need the work that's done here by these people. So we pray for your help and your guidance, your wisdom in all of the resolutions and the decisions that are made, Father, in the work and the planning that goes on and on. Lord, we pray that you will guide these people to do the very best possible job to meet the needs of this city. Lord, there are a great many needs in our city. And Father, we pray for continued healing for the trauma that was brought into our city and into the hearts of our people a little over a year ago. Lord, we pray for those families that lose someone, Lord, it seems like on a nightly basis, if not at least a weekly basis, Lord, from crime that takes place in our city. And Lord, we acknowledge you as not only the God of the universe, but Lord, we claim you as God of this city too. So we thank you for your work and for these fine folks that are here tonight. Would you guide their work and bless them? We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ask Pastor Newell if he will also lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you join me, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Newell. You may be seated. I'd like to ask the City Attorney if you have anything to report from closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We had a discussion with regard to our bankruptcy and an item that we're discussing regarding mediation and a settlement, and council gave settlement directive by a vote of 7 to 0. I had to leave the room after that discussion, but Jolena Grider is going to give the rest of the announcement.
In the case of Bank of New York Mellon versus City, the council gave settlement directive in the vote of 7-0. In the case of City versus Group 9 BP Properties LP, the council gave settlement direction in a vote of 7-0. And on the city manager item, the council gave direction to the city attorney's office to prepare a new employment contract, as well as to initiate performance evaluation by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you for that report. We'd like to make one brief change to the agenda. We'd like to, at this time, bring forward Mr. Mike Burrows from the San Bernardino International Airport for a presentation. Mr. Burrows, come forward to the podium, please.
Well, it's nice to be back. I actually have been in this room a few times, but thanks for having us out. Wanted to just give a brief snapshot of what's going on at your airport. And for the good folks assembled here, just a little reminder, we are a relatively small team out there working at the airport and the business park. But from time to time, we do have some nice things to share. And this past year was, I think, one of those. It has been a bit of a long road, but this city was and is a founding member of the Inland Valley Development Agency, but also the San Bernardino International Airport Authority. These are the agencies that guide how the former military base gets to be reused and revitalized. And it's, I didn't have gray hair when I started, and we all thought it would happen a little bit faster, but I'm pleased to report on a few areas that we've been working at. So if we could go to the next slide. Oh, I've got a clicker. Okay, thank you. Hey, technology. Did it go? There we go. That way? There we go. Okay. So some of the names that you may recognize if you drive through our project, we've got a growing number of Fortune 100 and 500 companies at our facility. And that started just about the early 2000s. This past year, we've continued to add to that, and they're names that you will recognize. That included a third Amazon.com e-fulfillment center. That puts us at over 2.6 million square feet of Amazon facilities. That's a milestone. We also added Fender Guitar and Pool Corp, who supplies a lot of the pool products throughout our region here. And those are in addition to our flagship partners of Stater Brothers, Amazon, Mattel, Pep Boys, many of the names that you will also recognize. On the airport side, I get asked all the time, who are the biggest employers on the airport? Well, fortunately, there's a lot of companies working at the airport, but you don't always get to see them because they're behind a nice big fence that has some wires on it and some cameras that you don't get to go through without a badge. But as Norton was a major employer, so are we becoming the same, primarily in aircraft maintenance. So we have 5 maintenance, repair, and overhaul companies at our facility. That includes companies that do everything from painting the narrow-body presidential fleet for Boeing, on down to Unical Aviation, who continues to grow their presence at our airport, a worldwide aircraft parts company and maintenance company, on down to STA Jets, who actually maintains a fleet of corporate aircraft. So Gulfstream, Citations, a lot of corporate iron comes in and out of our facility, and we're continuing to grow that business as well. We talk about jobs. 2016 was a big year in the respect that we, for the first time ever, broke the ceiling of 10,000 direct jobs, 10,786 direct jobs to be exact. And I'll explain in a minute why that's important. Where are those jobs? Obviously, you don't get 2.6 million square feet and all of the force that goes with it without being our top employer. That's also a first. This year, Amazon succeeded Stater Brothers as our #1 employer at our project. But we also had another development that occurred, and that is our airport, the employers and employees that work at our airport operations and the support of our airport, for the first time ever, topped #4 in the top employers there. And they go on and on. Where is the investment? So this doesn't happen without a lot of contribution, hard work, effort, and I've got to point out that your team here, your staff, your professionals that work here at the City of San Bernardino are instrumental to making these things happen. We, too, cannot survive without a permit, without a plan check, without paying some fees to be able to actually get these companies to locate. And I am just continually amazed at the good work that your team here at the city does for both us and our partners. So you'll see a logo up there. In the early 2000s, we entered into another partnership. So we have a partnership here with the City of San Bernardino. That goes back to 1990. As of 2001, we have a partnership with a little company called Hillwood, which is owned by Ross Perot Jr. And they have been instrumental in helping us attract these major employers to our region. But the good news is, not only did they come, they invested and they've stayed, but they've also now expanded. And year over year, we track these statistics because it's important to me and our team. It's important to you as a partner, but I think we also want to know how we're doing on a year-over-year basis. And I can safely say that every single year we've been able to grow jobs and investment with these extended partners here. So that is what your airport looks like as of today. It didn't look like that when the military moved out in 1994. I was here. It was a wonderful place, and it is a wonderful place today. But we've had to change the landscape, and we've had to bring your airport into the current age. And to do that, we have to look at what the growth means. Where is the growth, not just in total jobs, 10,786, as I mentioned, which creates a direct economic output of over $1.2 billion with a B, and the total impact of that is over $1.8 billion. Those are the sectors that we've been generating and growing in investment. What does that really mean to your tax base? So those folks actually pay taxes, and big ones. And that generated, for the first time ever, over $6.1 billion of total assessed valuation for our project area. And that also is a first. That comes from everybody continuing to work the work. So this is the drum roll here. When the base closed, we lost 10,000 jobs. As of 2009, that equated to $1.9 billion of economic loss. Again, with a B. It's big. We felt it. We still feel it. As of this past year, we've now exceeded over 10,780 direct jobs, and that, as of 2016, generates over $1.8 billion of economic output. So we're getting there. When I say, are we done? No. This is not easily done. It takes years of effort, but it has been a successful partnership, and I'm pleased to have the city as a partner, which is why I wanted to highlight a couple of things that are coming up. So another first for now, 2017. It's hard for me to say that. I'm getting used to it. But we want to showcase our city in a different way that's never been done before. So some folks may have heard that in May, that nationally, we celebrate World Trade Week. Unfortunately, the city of San Bernardino has never hosted a World Trade Week event. Our airport has never hosted a World Trade Week event, and we're going to change that. So on May 17th, we're going to show not just the Inland Empire region, but the nation and the world what I know, and that is San Bernardino is a good place to do business. I know it because our partners know it, and they've proven it. And we are more than excited to be able to showcase the city and your collective vision on how to grow and continue to grow this area. And so there will be more to come on that with our keynote speakers and our team lined up. This is another partnership we have with the U.S. Department of Commerce, the U.S. Commercial Service, as well as our event partners, which include Cal State San Bernardino. And I'm hoping to bring some pretty interesting folks to the table. Our airport has had things like foreign trade zone designations. We've had import-export programs and incentives. And I found over the years that not everybody uses them. So we had a foreign trade zone designation, which is supposed to accelerate imports and exports. And there's a lot of companies doing that. I was amazed even just before the holiday to hear Cal State and all of the statistics of companies right in our own backyard that are shipping not just container freight, but air freight, who are doing bonded storage and a number of programs here. And they need to be linked with the agencies that provide these services. So we hope to be able to do that. And last but not least, I'm sorry for the noise, last fall. So this will be our third year of doing SBD Fest, so our air show and concert event. Our first one was the first air show since the base closed. So that's over 20 years. And our aviation director and our team, it didn't take much convincing, but it took a little. And we're really, really pleased with how the program has worked and how we have learned from the community coming to our airport and sharing their experiences with us. I mean, that's part of the reason we do this. This year in October, the 21st, 22nd, we're going to do it again. So we had about 10,000 year one. We had just over 9,000 last year, and we hope to do better than that. So we're going to do a 2-day event. and that'll include a lot of the same features for folks that have come out in the past to see these air shows. It'll include some new ones as well, and we're really, really pleased. I hear there are some folks gunning for the team that won the plane pull last year. Chief, I think they got a bullseye on you guys, but it was a really, really an amazing event out there, and we want to keep inviting the community and our partners and stakeholders to come out and see our airport. So those are a few highlights, and just appreciate the opportunity to be out in front of you all.
Thank you, Mike. Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. I often get asked what the status is of efforts to attract more commercial aviation to the airport. Do we have what's happening?
So-
Is there anything to report?
I never get that question, ever.
Okay, I figured.
So the reality is maintenance is not the only area that we've grown our airport in. Corporate aviation is number 2, so maintenance is 22% of our employment. Corporate aviation and public safety are almost 16%, so it's a big piece of that. The largest part of that percentage is international travel. And so as a pilot, you know that we do have a customs service at our airport. So international flights continue to be our highest growth area and one of our best opportunities for commercial service. But it's no secret, you can drive out there today, and I know there may be some folks that might sell you a ticket, but I can't tell you there's a carrier that will go behind that other than a charter company that will. But our efforts have not stopped. We are, I proudly say, much more strategic in our approach as to who we attract both domestically and internationally. And there is opportunity there still, but we're actually looking at a few focused carriers as opposed to just trying to blast out and be everybody's airport. Because the reality is Ontario and the great success that they've had in bringing local control to their airport is going to, and it already is having an effect, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing for the region. So we're looking at how we can, play in those niche areas, and there are opportunities. So we're just a little more strategic about it, and we are working that work, and we're getting good responses, but we're not there yet.
And then also just quickly on the World Trade event, very happy to see that happening. Is there any partnership with the county economic
Yes,
development agency?
they have signed on and said that they are supporting it. So again, this event, I can't say it hasn't been in our region. It has. It has gone from Riverside. Riverside County had it most recently. Ontario has hosted it a number of times. But I was really pleased when the team asked us if we'd give it a shot to bring it to San Bernardino, and there's good support from the Import-Export Council behind that as well. So.
Good job.
Councilmember Mobley.
Mike, in addition to the jobs generated, there's also been an increase in property values and property taxes generated.
There
Is that in here?
That is not in there, but we have
that's really
on our website what we call a story map, and this is our attempt. And I want everybody to give us feedback on this because we deal in a world of acronyms, and not everybody knows what those mean. And so we do have a template in there at our website that you can actually scroll down and you'll see all of those. But to your point, when we started the base reuse effort, the assessed valuation, the property taxes that were being paid at that time were just at $1 billion. It was a big number, it was a lot of property. And so to move from $1 billion to $6.1 billion in the time that we have is also an accomplishment we're pretty proud of.
And who's receiving that extra $5 million?
A whole number of people. Unfortunately, as the city's experienced as well, the changes in redevelopment don't bring as much of that as I would like back to our airport and our project. So that's going a whole lot of places these days, and not very much of it's coming back to us, unfortunately.
But there's still a significant number going to the school district.
They're the largest, and that's good. I'm happy about that.
Can you give any idea how much, say, the San Bernardino School District gets from that property tax?
So they are by far the largest share. Last year it was a little over $2 million, just them, and then they received another $2.5 million. in additional money through partnerships that we've had that predate our redevelopment
Pretty
activity.
significant for them.
And they're doing good work with it, so I'm
Yes.
happy about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thanks, Mike, for this presentation. One of the questions that I get asked the most is because the airport is in the first ward, is it locked up? Does it have a padlock? I'm like, no, not hardly. There's a lot of activity buzzing, and I sit on the IBDA board as well as my colleague, Councilmember Charette, Councilmember Marble Hills, my alternate, and of course the mayor. My specific question, and it's not on here, but you might briefly talk about CIP projects that IBDA has completed in the city of San Bernardino.
Absolutely, there's just a few. So if anybody has occasion, and on that note, it's not closed, it is open. The closed base thing is something that we still deal with from time to time, but you can drive out there anytime you want. We're proud of the streets that we and your city staff have been able to build and rebuild, sometimes more than once. To date, over $260 million has been invested in public infrastructure, and that's just around the base and off the base even. Roads like Tippecanoe, Mountain View. There is now a bridge over Mountain View at the Santa Ana River. That wasn't the case, and we've been working hard to extend that work down to I-10. We're almost there with our favorite power plant, so I think 2017 is finally going to be our year to get that project in the ground. And this past year, we continue to rehab buildings as well as roadway infrastructure. One of the biggest projects we have collectively, and again, partnerships is what we do. We have a partnership with the city and the city of Highland, and so we are right now in the middle of a comprehensive specific plan for the entire 3rd and 5th Street corridor. So if you got from Tippecanoe all the way back to the 210 freeway, we are working to actually advance, entitle, permit new development and new infrastructure, new roads. We've designed them all, but we need a comprehensive plan that says this is how we want that area to look. And so we initiated that last year as well. So this year we are on par for about $20 million of additional work, and I've got to say the lion's share of that is in the city of San Bernardino, and that's a good thing. So I hope that answers
Thank you
that.
for your leadership, Mike.
Thank you. Mike, I appreciate your leadership there at the airport. Do you anticipate any of those, the build-up to Highland from the 5th Street corridor all the way to the 210? Is that the proposed truck route map, or is that just another thoroughfare that is a contingency for the Mountain View on-ramp build-up?
So as you well know, traveling these areas a lot, it's an additional route. So when we talk about truck routes and the traffic plans that all of our stakeholders and corporate partners have had to develop, and we've had to develop for the airport, it is an underserved area, though, which is why we want to make sure we get the permits and entitlements there to do what we did down at Mountain View to address some of the impediments in being able to get not just vehicles, but trucks and goods and services in and out of the airport. Tippecanoe, when it was started, would have handled a lot of the flows that are necessary, but obviously that took some time to get in place. I mean, it's a great entry to our city, but we need to be looking at the next entries and the next corridors to try to stay ahead of that growth, and we're not there on 3rd and 5th. That's the problem. We need to catch up.
Well, and I certainly encourage, I mean, you had alluded to the fact that Mountain View is continuing progress. I welcome that because certainly we understand the growing patterns of the airport and the necessity to plan for the future, so I certainly applaud your efforts for getting progress on that Mountain View extension all the way to the 10 freeway. Already, Tippecanoe is facing significant impacts via truck traffic, and so we get constant complaints, and so working with our Community Development Department and Streets Department, certainly we need a plan for the future, and I would love to talk to you more about the Mountain View issues where we left off.
Absolutely, and I think I've got some good news. We are coordinating that effort, of course, with Redlands Light Rail, and that's important that we don't get in there and shut down a street only to have it shut down again. I don't want to do that. That's not fun, so thanks.
No further questions. Thank you, Mike, for that presentation.
If anybody does want to take a tour of the airport, we actually do that. So please go on the website. There's actually a little form you can fill out, and we're happy to actually show people your airport. So thanks again.
Thank you again for that presentation. This evening, we have a proclamation. Mrs. Doreen Ivory from the Children's Network was initially scheduled to accept the proclamation. However, due to an illness, she's not able to join us. We certainly hope that she feels better soon. This is proclamation of the Mayor and City Council, proclaiming National Mentoring month of January. Whereas on January 21st, 2013, President Barack Obama recognized January as National Mentoring Month, noting in his presidential proclamation, "Our American family is bound together by caring individuals who make it their mission to serve others." During National Mentoring Month, we pay special tribute to the men and women who enrich the lives of our young people and fortify the unbreakable bonds between one generation and the next. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim the month of January 2017 as National Mentoring Month, and encourages organizations, schools, nonprofit organizations, businesses, and other entities, and the citizens of San Bernardino County to engage in activities and partnerships that support mentoring, with programs that promote positive outcomes such as improved self-esteem, social skills, and knowledge of our career opportunities, presented this 23rd day of January and signed by all the members of the Common Council and the Mayor of the City of San Bernardino. So we want to acknowledge that the City of San Bernardino proclaims this as National Mentoring Month. Next, we will turn the time over to Councilmember Fred Charette for special presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's my pleasure to recognize one of our local churches in town for celebrating 50 years of being at their current location. They celebrated that last Sunday on the 15th. And if I can ask Reverend Scotty Lloyd to come forward. Today I'm recognizing the Lutheran Church of Our Savior, located at 5050 North Sierra Way. All the people from the Wildwood area know about that because that's where they hold their Wildwood cluster meetings or association meetings every other month or so. The Lutheran Church of Our Savior is celebrated 50 years of being at their location, 5050 North Sierra Way, last Sunday, the 15th of January. The congregation has been in San Bernardino, or began in San Bernardino in 1945. I think that works out to be about 71 years, 71, 72. And they started at G and 30th Street, but moved to their current location in 1966. The Lutheran Church of Our Savior is one of 5 founding congregations that established the Central City Lutheran Mission, which is a mission for homeless men downtown here, and they are still a huge supporter of them today. They are a founder, along with the Catholic Charities, of Mary's Mercy Center 28 years ago. That, again, we know the job that Mary's Mercy Center does with homelessness and serving the poor. And they were the only other faith-based group outside of the Catholic Charities that were involved in that. For the last 8 years, they've been sharing their facilities with the school district to provide training for counselors. They serve 2 Girl Scout groups and the Wildwood Neighborhood Cluster Association, as I said, and many other local groups. Their members have been lawyers, doctors, engineers, principals, city council members, and certainly other supporters of our community. And their mission is to live in faith, share the gospel, and bring God's healing and hope to all people. So it's with my pleasure I was unable to attend your celebration last Sunday, but to give you and your congregation this certificate of commendation from the Mayor and Common Council congratulating and honoring Lutheran Church of Our Savior on their 50th anniversary in recognition of celebrating the past while embracing the future. Congratulations to Lutheran Church of Our Savior for 50 years of providing ministry, fellowship, and support through passionate worship, powerful preaching, and relevant teaching. In gratitude for leading the lost to Christ by providing a place of faith for families and friends to unite, worship, learn, and grow together. You are honored and highly commended for your positive, dedicated service to the affairs of the community and the civic pride demonstrated by numerous deeds for the benefit of all citizens of San Bernardino. Presented this day, January 23rd, 2017. Reverend Lloyd, thank you very much. Have a lapel pin for you, and you're certainly welcome to say a word or two.
I'll make it quick because I know you got a lot of things going on. Just want to say thank you very much. And, you know, it was stated before, the First Baptist got me at 150 years. And but UCC also has their 150th coming up next month, and there are a number of other worship groups. You know, for a city equivalent size, San Bernardino has 250 houses of worship. That's the largest number anywhere in the state of California. And I state that because our congregation is a part of a fantastic network of houses of worship that provide services across the board for this community. And we do so from our faith in God and do so for love of neighbor. And so we received this certificate today, certainly on behalf of the Lutheran Church of Our Savior, but also extendedly on behalf of all the houses of worship here in the community, because it's something that we do together, and it's something that we do out of the love of God and love of neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Charette. Next, we'd like to invite Councilmember Basine to recognize the High School Student of the Month.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is with great pleasure to introduce the Student of the Month. She comes from Arroyo Valley High School, and her name is Sabrina Velardes. If you want to come up. Sabrina, where'd you go? There you are. Congratulations to you. And I want to read a little bit about Sabrina. Sabrina Velarde is a lifetime resident of San Bernardino and is the daughter of Jose Velarde and Mary Zimmerman. She attended Ramona Alizardo Elementary School and several middle schools, including Richardson Prep High, Arrowview, as well as homeschooling. This year, Sabrina will graduate from Arroyo Valley High School, where she currently holds a GPA of 3.9. Sabrina's guardian and her parents, Evangelina and Francisco Fernandez, as well as her aunt Angie Fernandez. She has three brothers, Jason Velarde, a fourth grader, Jacob, a second grader, and Johnny, a first grader, who attend Ramona Elementary School. Sabrina's favorite subject is math, and she is also enrolled in one of the advanced placement classes, human geography. With a heavy schedule, she finds time to participate in school activities. She is a cheerleader, vice president of the Core Academy, the president of a Live Club. Even though she has not received acceptance yet, Sabrina plans to attend the University of California, Irvine, where she will major in criminal justice. Sabrina's message to all students, especially those at her school, is to get an education so you will not become a negative statistic. Learn to be the change and motivate others to do the right thing. Congratulations, Sabrina. I want to award you this certificate. Accommodation, and here is your pen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I'd like to. Can you hear me? Oh, I'd like to thank a few important people for this recognition. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Hero for taking time to recognize hardworking students throughout our district. I'd also like to thank Councilmember Basine Richard, who also has a goal such as mine, which is to prevent gang violence. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Mayor Davis for his hard work and dedication to make sure our students across the district succeed. I'd also like to thank my family and friends and administrators who helped me throughout the way. And I wish my peers good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Basine. Next, we'd like to turn some time over to Councilmember Barrios for recognition of Citizen of the Month.
It's with great pleasure for me to be able to recognize a Citizen of the Month because, you know, there's a lot of different citizens throughout our city that are doing great things, and a lot go unrecognized. And sometimes for a long time they're doing work. And it's for myself, I met this gentleman a couple of years ago at the Muscogee Neighborhood Association meeting. And he came up to me, you know, this is what I want to do. I'm here to help. And this is what I've done so far. And so I feel it's kind of overdue. But I wanted to recognize this gentleman for his efforts in helping PD reduce homelessness around the Muscogee area and all of his efforts to improve the community and the blight that he's seen in reporting it and making sure that it's taken care of. So please join me in a round of applause in congratulating Mr. Jesse Carrillo for Citizen of the Month.
I'd like to just take a moment. You know, I'm very honored to receive this award. It was a nice surprise as I was working to get recognized. But unlike a sports award, I think when you get an award like this, a lot of times you're taking credit for a lot of things that a lot of people do. So I'd like to start off by thanking the mayor and the city council. I think that though sometimes we're diversified in our methodology, I truly believe that all of us want to make San Bernardino a better place to live. And I want to thank the community organizations, Muscogee Association, Neighborhood Association, the Block Captains Association, and the Neighborhood Watch Association. And a lot of the work that I got recognized for were things that I did with businesses. So Marissa Martin with Jack in the Box, the district manager, was instrumental in listening to the community and implementing some of the things that actually made the difference there. The same with Jack in the Box, or I'm sorry, with Stater Brothers and the little businesses there on the West Highland corridor. I also want to thank the efforts of the city employees and especially the San Bernardino Police Department. Chief Barwan, thank you for all the work that all your officers do. But I want to call attention to Rich Lawhead and Manny Gaitan, who have just been instrumental with the Quality of Life team. You know, I've been trying to do a lot of stuff with the community, and I have seen these men deliver. And I know from probably calling Rich maybe too late and on the weekends, these guys are selfless when it comes to delivering results, and that's what we need. Is we need people that really dedicate themselves and can, you know, actually deliver the kind of environment and the community that we want to live in. So just in closing, I want to say that I pray for all of you guys. Some of you I know, some of you I've met, some of you I know very well. But I believe it is truly a blessing to serve the greater good. I believe in a San Bernardino that prospers and is a wonderful place to visit and to work, and even better place to live. While I receive this reward for myself, I'd like to just commend every single citizen that does whatever they can, whatever little thing they can do to make this place just a little bit better. Thank all of you guys very much.
Next, we'd like to turn some time over to the chamber.
Hello. We just have a few announcements on behalf of the chamber tonight. First, the Option House is hosting their 40th anniversary 1940s gala held at the California Theater, and that's going to be February 8th at 6 p.m. And if you're interested in tickets, please call 383-1602. And then February the 10th, at 11 a.m., the Unforgettables Foundation presents the 6th Annual Inland Empire Unforgettables Heart Award with guest speaker Senator Mike Morrell, held at the Fox Event Center in Redlands. For reservations, call 335-1600. And then please join us for the Chamber's 109th Installation of Officers Business Expo and Casino Night event held Friday, February 24th from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. at the National Orange Sports Center backstretch. Enjoy samplings of delicious cuisine from local restaurants, exciting gaming tables, not gambling, sensational exhibits, awesome raffles, wonderful door prizes, and a grand prize drawing of $2,500. Call the Chamber to sign up for a display booth, sponsorship opportunities, and get tickets today at 885-7515. The Chamber is also sponsoring a trip to Panama, October 26th through November 3rd. A presentation meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 28th at 5:30 at the Chamber office. To RSVP, call Lupe at the office. They're also sponsoring a trip to China, November 3rd through the 11th. Anyone who is interested may visit the Chamber's website or call Lupe at 885-7515. That's all I got.
Thank you. Roxana Gracia from the field office representative from Assemblymember Reyes. Are you here? Did you have an announcement?
Very quickly.
Yes, go to the podium.
Good evening, everybody, Mayor, City Council members, and those members of the audience. My name is Roxana Gracia, and I'm a field representative for newly elected Assemblymember Eloise Gomez Reyes. The reason I wanted to come today is because I will be the field representative that will be in charge of the City of San Bernardino, and as well as Muscoy, which is an unincorporated area. And I just wanted to invite everybody. We're going to be having a swearing-in ceremony at San Bernardino Valley College on February the 4th at 12 p.m. and it's open to the public. I believe we've sent invites to all the city council members and the mayor, and it is open to the public. So I brought some flyers in if anyone is interested in going. But we represent the 47th Assembly District, which covers San Bernardino, Colton, Fontana, Grand Terrace, and parts of Bloomington, as well as Muscoy. It is a pleasure to be here, and I will be attending these meetings. If anybody wants my information, cards or anything like that, please feel free to approach me. But I am here, and I brought in the flyers, so I'll go ahead and leave them maybe up at the front. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our presentations. Next, we will move to our consent calendar. First speaker is Scott Olson.
The main item I will be speaking to is 6A, which is not the consent calendar, but we only get 3 minutes on virtually everything on the entire agenda. So here goes. 6A. You know, I'm not surprised that we have 6A, but it baffles me. We hired a consultant company to get us through bankruptcy. We've paid them hundreds of thousands, if not millions or more dollars. We brought them in on the new charter. The same company that was involved with the bankruptcy was involved for most of the writing of the charter. You know, you would think if you hired a consultant to write a new charter for you, you would write it in such a way, or they would help you write it in such a way, that you wouldn't have to hire another consultant company and pay more, who knows how much money, to implement that new charter. The residents voted to accept the new charter. You sold them on it. You told them it was a solution in this city. And now you want them to pay more tax dollars so you can have somebody fix the mistakes from the first consultant company. And that's what it's going to be, because there are several mistakes. Number one being our city attorney. You sat there for well over, 2 years? In the meetings for the charter committee as their legal advisor while they wrote a charter that ended your job. The charter calls for no longer calls for an elected city attorney. It calls for one appointed, one who has municipal experience. Our city desperately needs employees with experience in municipal issues. We're not doing all that well, especially in the legal side of it. If I was to be the city attorney and I was put in that position, I would have already tendered my resignation. I would not be putting the city through having to hire lawyers and attorneys to figure out what they screwed up on in 2 years of writing the charter. When is it going to stop in this city? And I'm sorry, I don't have a clock here. I would hope. Okay. When is this city going to quit hiring and hiding behind consultants for their political realities and actually just do the job of governing this city? You know, you could change all the charters you want and all the rules you want, but if the people in charge, who are our elected officials, can't start doing the job that we, as residents who voted them into office, expect from them, why are we continuing to vote them into office? Mr. Sands, do the right thing. You were involved in writing the charter. You know the legal loopholes. You know you cannot keep that position. Quit milking the city for a paycheck and resign. Thank you.
Sandra Ibarra. Dolores Armstead. Dolores Armstead.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Armstead. I live in San Bernardino. I'm a resident and business owner in the 6th Ward, and I'm also a member of the Northwest Project Area Committee. Upon reviewing the City of San Bernardino's 2016-17 CIP Capital Improvement Plan, and along with other members of our Northwest PAC, we noticed a few things that caught our attention. First, we would like to call your attention to the map that the city formulated in 2015 using data that the city had gathered. And she's pulling it right there. On this map, the key printed in the lower right corner indicates the condition of streets. And our biggest concern is that there have been no street improvements, or extremely little, in the 6th Ward. And we have the worst condition of streets. The streets that are coded in blue are considered excellent. Streets coded in green are rated good. Streets coded in yellow are fair. Streets coded in orange need improvement. And streets coded in red means urgent attention is needed. Most of those red streets are in the 6th Ward. We believe that the city commissioned someone to do this study for the information provided on the map and pay them a sum well over $100,000. Then we, the PAC, believe that this information was given to staffers in the city that are also well paid to comprise the CIP. In reviewing this map, it was noticed there are many streets coded in red again, and that the majority of those streets are located in the 6th Ward. My question to you today would be, why would the city pay someone to do a study in 2015, have them submit their findings, and then the city completely ignore those findings? Upon further review of this current CIP, it's noticed that the streets throughout the city coded orange in 2015 have been paved, resurfaced, slurry sealed, and are now or near completion. But the streets in the 6th Ward coded red in 2015 have not even made it on the CIP list. Why? Why are they not listed, and why would you ignore information that you gathered and obviously paid a large sum of money to someone and not use that information? The 6th Ward streets that are coded in red have been omitted are 18th Street from Arizona to Colorado, Pico Street from 21st to 17th, Harrington Avenue between 21st and 17th, Davidson 19th to 16th, another Davidson from Baseline to 14th, Pico, Baseline to 14th, Blackstone from Baseline to 14th. I guess my time is out. Okay.
Thank you. Charlene Dixon?
She's not here, but I'm going to go ahead.
Your name, please?
Linda Hart.
Linda Hart, thank you. You said Charlene is not, she's absent?
Yes, she must be running late. I'm going to go ahead and pick up.
All right, go ahead, thank you.
All right, Virginia Street from Flores to Medical Center. 9th Street project area, now referred to as the Maplewood Homes. Duffy Street and San Aceto. And there are many others that are coded orange during and according to the 2015 city map that are not listed in the CIP, particularly streets that are located in what we call the bench area of San Bernardino, Rialto border. Why have they not even been considered for pavement rehabilitation? The Northwest PAC also noticed that there were no parks listed in the CIP that are located in the 6th Ward. That would include Ann Sherrill Park, not listed. That would include Delman Heights Park, the only park in the city with a track, was not listed for needed improvement. Nicholson Park, 14th Street Park was not listed for needed improvement. And lastly, Dolphy Street Memorial Park, a park which was created by resolution as a memorial due to the San Bernardino train disaster, for some of you who remember that, was not mentioned or listed. And this disaster is a combination of two separate but related incidents that occurred in San Bernardino, May 12, 1989, and a failure by the Calvan pipeline, a petroleum pipeline adjacent to the park, that was damaged by earth-moving equipment during the crash pickup and cleanup. The Dolphy Street Memorial Park is still not being recognized by the city as a park after almost 3 decades since the tragic incident. Now, we ask the city why. More importantly, we want to know when. Also, we know that the AB bonds, we would not like to see those bonds being augmented to enhance the already existing programs and projects that you have, because we do have other ideals for those. Our concern now is when. When will the city make up for their obvious mistake, work and look at the priorities, and schedule the red code projects that are in our area for actions now? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public speakers for agendized items? All right, thank you. We'll now ask the council if they have any items to pull. We'll begin with Councilmember Marquez.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrios.
None, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia.
None today, sir. None, sir.
Councilmember Nichols.
5E.
Is an Edward?
Is in it.
Councilmember Richard.
None, sir.
Thank you.
Who the bill?
Councilmember Mulvihill.
5D, 5 Delta.
5D. So 5D and 5E. We have a motion to move the balance. We have a second.
I'll second. Hold on.
We have a motion and a second.
That's all right. So it was the balance, it was made by Mr. Valdivia and seconded by Mr. Charette.
Correct. Thank you.
And I don't know why you can't vote, but
Voice vote. We can
Miss-
voice vote them.
Marquez?
Yes.
Barrios?
Yes.
Valdivia? Charette?
Yes.
Nickel?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passed 7-0.
Thank you. First item pulled was item 5D. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving associate membership in the California Enterprise Development Authority, authorizing and directing the execution of an associate membership agreement, authorizing the city to join the Fig Tree Property Assessed Clean Energy PACE program, and authorize CETA to conduct contractual assessment proceedings and to levy contractual assessments within the city. We have staff.
Cruz?
Good
evening.
I have a question with all the acronyms you've got here and so forth. What benefits do a citizen getting into this program, what kinds of things can they reach with this program?
The programs, the PACE programs, are for financing energy upgrades, anything to do with improving energy efficiency, so water conservation improvements, energy efficiency, the electric car upgrades for commercial properties. Those are available to the private citizens as well as business community.
So a person who, do they go to the PACE people, and what do the PACE people do for them?
Yes, the PACE program, if accepted by the mayor and the council tonight, the PACE program would then become available at a future date, because they still have to do their resolutions on their side as well. It would become available to the community, the business community. They would be the or the company that would then help to market within the community their programs that are available. And then there's an application process. Then they would come out and explain to them the application process, qualifying what upgrades are available. They would do an analysis and explain to them how the financing is done. Basically, it's put on their tax rolls or their tax bill,
For the individual homeowner or business owner?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Move approved.
I have a couple of questions. Cruz, what protections are there through this program for the consumer?
The protections are the JPA actually vets the contractors. The contractors have to apply to the JPA to be part of the program, as well as the program provider, Fig Tree. They also vet them. Excuse me. So not the JPA, but the program provider, Fig Tree, vets them, and then they are approved by the JPA as well as being a contractor that is eligible to work within the program. If they don't meet certain guidelines that consumers aren't happy with, they can take them as not being eligible to provide those services through Fig Tree.
And how does this compare with the HERO program?
It's very similar. There's an application process that's very similar. They finance similar types of programs. What it does is it opens up a whole new company to be able to provide those upgrades, which kind of increases increases the opportunities for the businesses and the homeowners to then compare prices, and they can get the best deal. So more people offering the service creates competition, hopefully lowering the prices.
What's the advantage to using a PACE program versus someone just going out on their own and looking for a contractor to perform the required work and then financing it through regular loan? What's the advantage or disadvantage to a PACE or HERO program to a resident or a business owner?
I would say the advantage is the knowing that the contractor was vetted by the program provider. In this case, it would be HERO or Figtree. So they are on their list of approved contractors. They'll have their state certification in order. They will have a running possible like grading if for customer service, if customers are happy with the work that they've been doing. An advantage, it goes on to the tax rolls, or excuse me, their tax bill. And so they're able to finance that over a longer term. Usually it's anywhere from 10 to 20 years, up to 25 years in some cases. So depending on the upgrades, it's very substantial. One of the benefits that I think is most recently kind of been established is it runs with the property and not the property owner. And so if someone decides to move, the bill stays with the property, and the person selling or buying the property then either gets rid of that bill and it stays with the new owner or the new buyer, or if they're moving out of the house, it stays with the property and the owner then leaves it with the home that was upgraded.
Has there been any assessment completed to compare the prices that people have maybe received through a HERO or PACE program versus just doing a bidding process on their own relative to a particular project, say a window replacement? Has there been any assessment to determine if there's really any advantage to using the PACE program?
You know, I'm not aware of any assessments that have been done. But I can ask some of the program providers if they have some studies that show the comparisons, and we can share that with you.
What about interest rates? Do they get any better interest rates with the PACE program versus just a regular lender?
You know, the interest rates vary as well from the various program providers, and they range from 4 to 6% up to 8%. If, I'm not familiar with refinancing right now as far as a home to get a regular second to do an improvement, but, I'm sure that they're probably similar in the 6 to 9% range.
Any performance metrics as to whether or not this is a beneficial program for consumers versus just doing it on their own?
I'm not off the top of my head, I'm not familiar if there is a metric out there that measures it. Just from some of the reading, though, that I've seen, the increase in the programs being adopted by the various cities throughout the state and the country is increasing. So it seems to be making itself better. Even though the program was established several years ago, it keeps improving itself by passing different laws to clean it up and make it better.
What would be the conditions by which a property owner, if they they go into default, what's the risk for foreclosure against their properties?
I'm not familiar with that. Can you repeat that again? It's kind of.
So if a homeowner engages one of the Figtree suppliers and they aren't able to continue making the payments, what's the risk of their property going into foreclosure? What's the lien priority status of the lien that is placed on the assessment, the tax assessment?
The lien gets moved, so the first is always with the bank, and then there's policies that have been recently adopted that creates the mechanism where the lien for the improvement moves temporarily, and then the banks take their priority, and then the lien for the improvement goes back on. That's kind of how I understand that.
If someone wants to sell their home, and this is still a lien on that property assessment, does it create any complications when they go to sell their home?
In the past, yes. There's been some new regulations that have passed that, again, create the temporary move of the lien off of the transaction, and then the financial transaction occurs, and then the lien for the improvement goes back into the second position.
Yes.
I mean, it depends on the loan you've got. In some circumstances, depending on the loan you've got, there are provisions that allow some flexibility on the lien. In other circumstances with other loans, there's no flexibility at all. So there's no way to answer the question precisely as to what the odds are of somebody being foreclosed. But anybody who puts a lien on their property has to realize that there's a circumstance under which it can happen. What I tried, when we brought this onto the council agenda the first time, you will recall, the question was, does the council wish to have us bring forward these other groups that provide PACE programs? Because we already had the HERO program, and the equity issue was, given that there are all these other firms that do this, do we want to make it available to the other firms as well, or do we have a rationale for just approving the HERO program? In that same memo, I tried to point out this is not a city program, and the problem with, I used the term buyer beware. The problem with it, as the mayor is pointing out, is that once somebody has a lien placed on their tax bill, there's a sense, and if they knew that the city had approved the program existing at all, there's a sense that the city has some responsibility to warn the public about the issues they're getting into. I will tell you that the internet is full of examples, both of people who are grateful that they had opportunity to use PACE funding, and people who are very disappointed by it because they've run into one problem or another when it came time to either refinance or sell their property. And so it really is a situation where people have to be careful. There are lots of examples of people who found better loans outside of the PACE program, and if someone doesn't need that process, that length of time to pay, for instance, they would no doubt be better off going through conventional financing. But if somebody doesn't have that available to them, then the PACE program may look to be a better alternative. So it's why every city in the state hasn't adopted the program. There are opportunities for the public, and there's some drawbacks, and so really the issue in front of us, which relates to Fig Tree, which is one of the firms that seems to do a good job with this, is really an equity issue. Do you want to allow them to join HERO as a city-authorized firm that provides PACE financing, or is there a reason we don't want to expand the program? And if so, we ought to probably talk about whether we want to continue with the HERO program. So I think that's really where the policy issue comes down.
And that's the direction of some of the questions, is to try to make an assessment as to whether or not this is something that's going to benefit the consumers in our community. Because my particular experience was that when approached, I found that the provider that was going to do the work ended up, if I went into the program, would be 2 to 3 times more than if I just found a local supplier and went through my own local financing arm. And so I'm concerned that by the adoption of this, we essentially give some kind of credibility to those who might be potentially lured into this, induced by the potential salesperson that's selling this particular product, and it gives us it gives them potentially the acknowledgement and recognition that the city's behind this, or a particular supplier. And so it concerns me that we haven't done a little more to compare how has the HERO program's performance been, and how has the PACE performance been within a particular community. So, Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, and I've actually taken advantage of the PACE funding, and it is something that you do need to educate yourself on. I think it's an excellent product that adds to the mix of different financial products available to homeowners that they can choose from, and I think having additional PACE providers does add to competition, which is a good thing. But as was stated, you do have to do your homework. My experience was that most of these PACE programs are fairly liberal in terms of, as long as these contractors can show that they've got a valid license. In one case, I actually went to a local contractor that wasn't on their formal list and simply submitted their information to the PACE program, and within about 45 minutes they were approved. And I did shop around, but you're absolutely right. I think there have been some very terrible cases of homeowners that have been approached by unscrupulous contractors, not necessarily PACE program representatives, but contractors that then lure unsuspecting consumers into signing agreements for work, in which case they do in fact inflate their prices 2, 3, sometimes more over what the current market prices are. So my recommendation is, just as with any financial product, just as if you were to pull a HELOC, you know, certainly I would hope that you would do your homework in terms of hiring a contractor, in terms of what work they would do from that HELOC funding that you secure. It's the same idea. The PACE is simply a finance mechanism, gives you access to financing, and then it's up to you to determine how best to engage a contractor or supplier for the type of work that you need done. I've had a roof done, I've had windows done, and I did use local suppliers that were, and you're absolutely right, I got approached by several vendors that inflated their prices 2 or 3 times. I got a good chuckle out of it, and then went to a local provider that gave me a good, reasonable price that was in fact about 1/3 of what some of these vendors were offering. So you do have to educate yourself, but it is an excellent product. I know with the HERO program you can get approved within, it's a number of hours, you'll know, as opposed to a HELOC or some other mechanism that can take weeks, and certainly if you don't have creditworthiness readily available, that can affect you, whereas the PACE can give you that immediate financing you need to get a roof repair done, get windows done, and then hopefully down the road then you can refinance that and pay off that PACE loan. But also I know that there's been efforts now at the state level, and more lenders are able to have that PACE loan subordinated, and I know HERO has made it very clear that there is subordination of that loan, so it doesn't create the same difficulties that were experienced during the early days of this program. So I think some of the wrinkles have been ironed out. Certainly there are wrinkles that still exist. I think consumers do need to be aware of, just as any financing mechanism, do your homework and make sure you know what you're getting into before you pull the trigger on something like this. But I think the competition is good, and I will support this item and move for approval.
One of the concerns that I have regarding this is that the assessment that we haven't done puts us in a position of really not knowing how the HERO program is performed, nor do we know how the PACE program is going to perform, because it doesn't sound like we've done that due diligence to explore that. Councilmember Charette.
Well, Mayor, you bring up some really good questions. Henry, you've brought up some good examples. First of all, I'm going to rescind my second, but it sounds like there's another one anyway. I agree with you. I think we need to do a little bit more, maybe vetting of and knowing how the programs have worked. I'm concerned putting our name on it, which, as you said, tends to give it credibility that it's a city-run program or a city program. And I don't want our constituents to think that we're in any way endorsing it. So I don't know that I'd support it at this time, and I would maybe move for a continuation for a little further, or substitute motion to continue it for a little further vetting of the programs.
I can go for that. I'll support you, Councilmember Charette. You want to continue?
So we have a substitute motion to continue?
Yeah, and
Yes.
I will continue it to a date to be determined based on what the city manager believes he can do. Bring it back to us next week. Well, next meeting's only a week away, I think, but 2 weeks, 30 days, whatever.
I
Whatever
think
thinks Nat's.
I think the problem here is that doing an assessment of how a private sector program works is going to be a very difficult thing for us to do.
Okay.
About all we could do was we could ask these companies to provide to us, which will be their data on how things have gone. It's a very difficult assessment to do because we're not involved in the transactions and we're not involved in the aftermath of the transactions.
Why then do we have to be a part of it?
It's the only way to get it put onto a tax bill.
Oh.
The local jurisdiction must sign on.
It may be that we're not ready to do it, period.
I'm not going to support it.
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
Well, there's a substitute motion.
Well, yeah, it didn't get a second.
I did.
Oh, yes, it
Yeah,
did. I'm
I did.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, thank
So we
you.
need to take that action first.
Well, but I'm going to rescind that because the city manager, I'm going to rescind my substitute because the city manager doesn't think we can do an effective job vetting it. So I'm not going to put us through that.
All right, so we're back to the original motion then, which was to adopt the resolution, and we have a second. Any further discussion?
You should all be able to vote now.
Yes.
Sweet.
I'm only missing 2 votes anyway.
Please cast your vote.
So on item 5D, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill. The second was made by Mr. Valdivia, and it passed 6-1 with Mr. Charette voting no.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. That was item 5D, to adopt the resolution. Sorry.
Next is item 5E. Item 5E is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, acting as the successor agency of the redevelopment agency of the city of San Bernardino, designating signatories of successor agency bank accounts and superseding any previous resolutions. Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, just a quick question. I know that we had some issues we had to deal with regarding the SBEDC organization, the transfer of title, and then the unwinding of some of those transactions. Are any of these funds related to any of those actions that were taken related to the transfer of assets to SBEDC? Was the State Office of Finance and State Controller's Office made aware of these cash balances in these bank accounts?
These are all cash balances that we were aware of. We're merely now changing the signatories so that we can access them and continue to...
These have been reviewed and approved, and Office of Finance and State Controller were aware of this and notified.
It's all funding we were aware
It's the only question I had. I'll support it.
On item 5E, the motion to approve was and adopt the resolution was made by John Valdivia, the second by Henry Nichol, and it passed 7-0.
Thank you. Includes consent calendar. Next item is item 6A.
Move approval.
We have a motion
For what?
to approve. Second.
What item?
Motion is second.
6A.
Okay, I heard the who seconded?
Councilman Mulvihill.
This is 6A?
6A.
Okay.
Well, I do have some questions on it.
Councilmember.
Yeah, I think I received quite a few comments. Did we ever, unfortunately, my member of the Charter Committee is no longer with us, and I was hoping to get some input in terms of discussions that took place in the context of the committee in regard to implementation. Based on some emails I received back and forth, there was some discussion, and I was just wanting to get some input from, hopefully from the Charter Committee in terms of implementation, so we can get some clarity on what was actually discussed in the context of the committee, and ensure that we are following through with the intent and the spirit of those discussions.
Go ahead.
First of all, I wanted to introduce Kim Barlow in case you have specific questions related to the agreement that we're proposing this evening. Kim is with Jones Mayor. I apologize, was not on the Charter Committee. I think you have some individuals here at the table who were. But in reading the committee's recommendations, there was a recognition that there were a variety of ordinances and policies and procedures and things that would then need to be amended to conform. Your prior charter had been there for almost 100 or more years, and so there was a recognition that there were a whole host of procedures and policies and ordinances and things that would need to be updated to conform with the new charter requirements.
Yeah, that was the understanding by the Charter Committee. They understood that there would be a number of provisions or a number of charter code sections or charter sections that would take place by virtue of the charter itself being passed. There were others that were going to require an ordinance to put into place or to implement. That was the understanding all along and part of the conversation. In fact, if you read the new charter closely, it provides that by ordinance things can be changed or whatever. So that was the understanding, I believe, during the discussions by the Charter Committee. They understood that there would be an implementation phase, that the charter would take effect upon the voter approval, essentially, and then with the subsequent filing with the Secretary of State, but that the implementation period would be an extension beyond that time and would require a number of prioritizing part of this body in terms of various ordinances and when and how those ordinances would come into play.
Okay. And then I guess my second, this is my last question, is understanding how that process is going to proceed. So in other words, are we simply going to get items that come back to this council, recommendations, or is there going to be some input, some discussion that takes place on the part of the council to be part of this implementation process? So is it more formal, or is it more us as the legislative body of the city engaging in some decision-making process?
When there's something that needs to be made consistent in the municipal code, it has to come back to the city council to be adopted or not. If there's an inconsistency in an administrative regulation, and there'll probably be a lot of those because the old admin regs have been written by in accordance with the old charter, those wouldn't necessarily require city council review unless there was something pretty policy level important. There will be some things that we will find in memoranda of understandings with our bargaining groups. Those would have to go through the whole MOU process, which would then require it come back to the city council. So depending on what the items are, you will see things come back for quite a while now.
And it might be helpful, Kim has she's had a chance now to look at the various documents and at least develop an understanding of what the workload is going to be. She's also established some priorities because certainly some things need to happen sooner than later so that we can continue to implement other areas. And so it might be helpful just to have Ms. Barlow walk through what her approach to the assignment would be because there are a number of places where you'd have the opportunity to provide input.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Kimberly Hall Barlow with Jones and Mayer. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. We have looked very closely at the charter in part because we were involved, as you know, in analyzing the charter, making recommendations, and ultimately doing the impartial analysis that was placed on the ballot with the measure. We've looked primarily at those things initially that we think are most critical, and obviously you're going through a change in your form of government. That's going to require some immediate ordinances and policies. So we're anticipating actually beginning that process of drafting those and bringing them forward to you starting next month. We think it's going to take a little while, and one of the things that we've proposed to do is to do a survey with the department heads to make sure that their concerns are getting addressed and their priorities are getting addressed. And also, we certainly want to hear from you as to your priorities, and that could be done in a number of ways. My thought was, once the agreement is approved, we'll put together a report that will sort of delineate what we see as the priorities, give the council an opportunity to give us feedback and input on that. We'll be meeting with the department heads and getting their input and bringing that back to you as well. It'll be a process, so you're going to be seeing me probably more than you wish, but you'll have lots of opportunity for input, and I'm sure that as part of the agreement with the city manager and the city attorney's approval, you can contact me directly if you have questions about or ideas that you would like to see us implement. Obviously, I'm not allowed to sort of poll you separately, but I certainly can talk to you individually. We will be working very closely with the city attorney's staff, and I hope to be helping them understand the process that we're going through so that in the future you'll be able to rely on your own staff to make these kinds of changes as time moves on. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
As an example, I believe under the current charter, the current old charter, the establishment of the council meetings is one of those items that is included in the current charter that we're currently operating under. In the future, under the new charter, how would that process be put into effect?
I believe it calls for the date and time to be established by ordinance. So right now we're still doing, what you were doing. And unless there's a desire on the part of the council to change that, we would simply be implementing an ordinance that would mirror what you've been doing in the past. That's a pretty simple process. If you desire to make a change, obviously that's something we would need to know so that we can bring that forward to you.
But that would be an example of updating an ordinance, putting that forward to comply with the new charter.
That's correct, and there are a number of other very good examples, including how the city manager is appointed and the role of the council and the mayor in various actions.
And this is a process that you've aided other cities in the past.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Barlow, for your comments and providing some guidance. I know that the residents and constituents, voters of our community overwhelmingly supported this the charter change. My question to you, ma'am, is on what kind of provide us your scope of services on top of who you get direction from. Is this just you and your team coming up with a list of priorities? Obviously, you have suggested that you would survey department heads, but are you working in tandem with the city attorney, or how do you get your list of priorities?
Well, one of the tasks that I was asked to do was to actually help to establish that list. And so I've already met with the city manager and the assistant city manager, the city attorney and the assistant city attorney, and I haven't met all the department heads yet, but I met a couple. We'll be, as I said, getting input from the council, from the department heads. Certainly the first priority is taking a look at the charter provisions, the major changes, and determining what has to come first. You've got to start somewhere. It's actually a fairly large task. But what I expect to be doing is, once we get some priorities established that we believe will be, as I say, making a report to the council, we'll be bringing that report to you probably with the first set of ordinances so that you'll both have something to affirmatively act on and then to give us some input on where you'd like to see us go next. And yes, I'll be working very closely with your city attorney and his staff in order to use your own city time, your own city staff to the extent that they are available to do some of this work to reduce the cost. But ultimately, the priorities are really set by, what's in the charter and what has to be done first.
The question for Mark, and maybe Gary can help, provide me kind of the time frame. What are the costs associated with this purchase? Because essentially that's what we're deciding on tonight. Walk me through the cost of her services, her firm's services, and what do you anticipate the roadmap is going to be for her being retained?
I understand the contract limitation will be $150,000, so that'll be the anticipated fee. How long it takes is uncertain at this time. It could certainly go faster or slower depending upon the rate at which we want to adopt ordinances. I think the first priority, or one of the first priorities, is going to be a determination is what changes take place immediately upon the filing with the Secretary of State without an ordinance, and then having clarity as to those and how those are going to change the way we do business here. So I think that will be the first priority, or the first step of what we'll do, is have clarity on what changes take effect immediately just by virtue of passing the charter.
And the 150,000 is through the end of the fiscal year, or what's the?
It's a proposed one-year contract with up to a one-year extension, but capped at 150,000
per year.
Total.
Yeah, increased by the council, but I don't expect that.
Comes up and the council wants to extend that, but we would bring that back. Her vision is $150,000 to do all the work, at least at this point, that she sees as necessary.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Barber, for being here. Can you share with us some of the municipalities that you have assisted with charter change and if they have been successful?
Yes, well, we actually helped draft a charter, actually two, for a city that ultimately the voters didn't approve the charter.
Did not?
Did not approve the charter. That was a political issue. But I also represent the city of Placentia and the city of Whittier, both of which are charter cities. We've worked with them on a number of charter amendments over time, including amendments very recently to do with the California Voting Rights Act in both of those cities. In addition to that, I've worked with the California League of Cities. I'm one of the co-authors of the Charter City Toolkit that was recently published by the League. And then, of course, I analyzed your charter.
Very complicated, right?
Very complicated. Watched actually quite a bit of the meetings of your charter committee to get a better idea of what they were looking for in order to make recommendations as I was reviewing them.
So this is your specialty?
It is one of my specialties. I do nothing but municipal law, but charter cities is one of my specialties.
Thank you. If there are any other questions, I'd like to move this item.
Thank you.
You did? Okay, I'm late.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. As I kind of see it, and this is kind of just dialogue now with my peers, amongst the peers, this is a very complex issue that we need as a policy board to decide kind of the directives. While I appreciate our department heads, that's wonderful that we get input from them in the survey. But at the end of the day, we're holding the bag here, folks. Our constituents, the voters in this city, have held us responsible to implement this new charter. And so I would like to propose that we have... I'll wait for... I'm just trying to... I think that we need to have maybe either a quarterly or maybe a monthly workshop in which we discuss this for the public's sake. But for us to just kind of provide Ms. Barlow, and I certainly appreciate Ms. Barlow's expertise and professionalism, but I think it's so quite critical that we get this right. The voters in our community have suggested that the charter is, in fact, should go bye-bye, but this new charter needs to be done right. And so what I'd like to propose, and we don't have to make the decision tonight, but I think what we need to do is make sure that we have monthly workshops on this so that we can discuss it separate and apart from the council meetings. I know that will take a little time of our time, or maybe every 2 months. But we need to make sure that we provide guidance, and so we steer this boat correctly so that Ms. Barlow and our city management has the direction of the policymakers. I think that's number one. And number two, that if we do have ordinances introduced by Ms. Barlow and her team, which I completely, obviously this is the new way we're going, that we either have a section completely dedicated in our agenda so that we discuss those agenda items from Ms. Barlow's team, separate and apart from consent or staff reports, but somehow a block of time where we can just dedicate to these very important ordinances and ordinance reviews. I don't know what possibly maybe even implementing, I know that might be a sensitive discussion point tonight, but having that in LRC or some ad hoc committee might be a good way to kind of start the process. That's certainly, Mark and I maybe can talk about that a little bit offline. But the idea is we need to really dedicate this time so we can get this charter right. we have said for many, many years, I of course disagreed, that this charter for, gnashing of the teeth, that the charter was to blame. And so now it's incumbent upon the elected officials to certainly provide leadership to this outside firm in the direction and progress and process of these new ordinances. So
I don't have a problem with the concept of identifying what it is we're doing at any given time. I think what you're going to find is there's more mundane and very few high-level policy issues. So as we go into it, we'll provide you updates on what it is we're doing so that you can see that. And obviously any ordinances you're going to see, but and we'll make sure, I've got no problem bringing something forward saying this is a charter implementation amendment so that it's clear to everyone what we're doing. Mostly it's going to be pretty mundane updating of things to be consistent. Every once in a while there's going to be something that will feel bigger, and we absolutely do have to do that very publicly and include people in that dialogue, and so I've got no problem with that.
And finally, Mayor, I know that some may disagree with that. This is the time to speak up, and there may even be talk that this is an appearance of micromanagement. It's not. The folks in our community have delegated that responsibility to oversee the policy implementation of a new charter. That's a big deal, folks, and we really need to stay congruent with the needs of this community as they provided direction at the election box. They want a new charter, and certainly we should be at the table. Yes, call it what you wish, but the idea is providing guidance and direction and understanding fully the implementation of a new charter for our constituents. That's quite important. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Charette.
How have you worked with other cities in the past? John and I we usually kind of go at odds on the micromanagement thing, and I do hear this partly as micromanagement on our part. I do agree that we're the policymakers. We are the final, we hold the bag, as you said. But how have you worked with council members in the past in terms of, I certainly don't support monthly workshops. I would support maybe a monthly report in writing, similar to what you do, Mark, on a pretty much a weekly basis, just giving us ideas and things that are being discussed to keep us abreast of what's going on. And then we have the opportunity, if need be, to call a meeting and have a meeting to discuss a specific item or put it on for discussion, a discussion item on a particular agenda. I didn't let you answer, but
her proposed agreement with us includes reporting monthly. So she recognizes that at least monthly she's going to report to through our office to the city council.
Okay.
Perfect.
So that'll
That's
work
good.
for me. And then we certainly have the opportunity to respond to those reports and give you an idea or an opinion on what we think should or shouldn't be done within that in that particular report. You're reporting on a specific implementation, and we might have an idea that if you tweak it a little bit here or tweak it a little bit there, then that could be done either through writing or through discussion directly with you, correct?
Yes.
So, with other cities, have you had like major workshops or monthly workshops where people sit and kick it around for 2 or 3 or 4 hours at a time?
Not so much that way. I think typically what has happened is especially when there is a wholesale change such as is happening here, some of the cities have done maybe one study session where we've done kind of highlighted the areas and gotten some input from both the public and from the council. And then as we report on an ongoing basis and bring proposed ordinances forward to you, obviously we take input at that time as well.
I would certainly support maybe one workshop after you've kind of come up with the list of priorities and things that, as Gary said, that have to be implemented based on the approval by the Secretary of State. That takes effect, period. We should know that and be able to communicate that with the group, with the citizens, and understand that. And then things that we're going to be working on that are, I guess, would probably be prioritized as pretty important and something that everybody have a lot of input or interest in, and then the mundane stuff that is just kind of routine.
And I can tell you from having looked at your code of ordinances, I don't know if you've looked at it lately, but it's about this big. There's going to be a lot of mundane stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But definitely there are things that should be done first, and that's what
Well, my motion stands, and I continue to move approval on this item because I agree we need to get started and get going, and it's going to take a while to do it.
City Attorney?
Yeah, I would like to say, first of all, that I agree with Councilman Valdivia with respect to the fact that many of the items or the ordinances that will come forward and that were envisioned to come forward by the Charter Committee are policy issues which will have to come to the council members to make that decision. Sure. One obvious one, for example, is the council compensation. That's obviously a policy item. It's not to be made by the manager or by the
Let's
city
vote on that
attorney.
tonight.
Or by Fred Surratt.
What's that?
So there are a number of...
10 nights for the next meeting?
So there are a number of very obvious things that are going to have to come to council as being very serious policy issues. Then there are those mundane items, and there's a whole bunch of items in between.
Right.
And those, I think, during some of those workshops, there will be decisions made. Is this a policy question, or is this relatively mundane administrative issue that can take place without policy input per se? So I think one of the jobs we expect from Ms. Barlow is she's going to kind of sort through those and determine which ones are major policy that need to come to council, when down the road those can come to council, and which are the more mundane that are more an administrative item that can happen quite simply. So, and I think as after she's retained, if she's retained tonight and her firm is retained, that she will make a determination and come back with an initial report, I would assume, of some kind, which will indicate, number one, which items take effect immediately, and then kind of a sort through of the proposed ordinances, or at least kind of ordinances that are going to come back here because they're policy level, as Councilman Valdivia suggests.
The question regarding timing that Councilman Valdivia asked, I don't know if that got answered as far as do we have
is something up in the air. As you know, the contract provides for a 1-year extension, so it's kind of difficult to gauge at this time. Perhaps after she does her initial assessment and comes back with that first report, she'll be able to have a better idea in terms of what kind of time frame we might be looking at. But it's difficult, I believe, to gauge at this time from this juncture approximately how long it's going to take. On the other hand, it can take place. We can get through this faster rather than later if that's our desire and we push to do that. So it's kind of there's no clear time frame that we're required to follow or not to follow. It can take a year, it can take 2 years, depending upon where we want to go with it and how we want to approach it. I think probably after the initial assessment, she'll have a better idea and maybe be able to answer that question or say, how fast do you want for it to go? And she can gauge her progress with how fast we want for it to go.
I also recognize, Mr. Mayor and members of council, that you have a lot of other business before you, and your city manager has to control your agenda to make sure that that business can be taken care of in a timely and appropriate way. So we're going to be slotting this in as necessary and appropriate so as to make sense for your staff and for you. You don't want to spend 2 or 3 or 5 meetings doing nothing but ordinance amendments. That's just not going to make sense.
We may want to consider a special meeting to discuss that. So, Councilmember Marquez.
Yes, thank you. A question for our city clerk. Ms. Hannah, in the 2 years that we had the charter committee meetings, how well were those attended by residents of the community? There was generally between 3 and 10 people in the audience, but I don't know what the viewership was. Okay. Because if we're planning to have workshops monthly, residents need to understand that it's a lot of staff time to prepare these workshops, and I would rather have an update at a city council meeting as opposed to a workshop. That's just a comment.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, and just, Ms. Barlow, again, what would be the time frame you would recommend for this initial assessment to take place?
Well, it seems to me, based on the review that we've already done, that we could be before you by your second meeting in February with a report and kind of a, here's where we are, here's what we think are the priorities, give us some feedback, and by the way, here's a couple of ordinances to consider. So that's my thought.
I'd like to see is kind of a roadmap and also some assessment in terms of priority.
Absolutely.
I think that needs to be the next discussion we have, is have some kind of a roadmap in front of us, a recommended roadmap, and then have some debate and discussion as to whether or not some modifications need to be made to that. But I think we're in this difficult area between policy and management responsibilities that can get a bit twisted and tricky conceptually, at least in my mind. So, right. So I just want to make sure that we've got at least some clarity in terms of the next step that we're going to take. And then hopefully we'll have some clarity in terms of the process from that point on. So you're saying the second meeting in February. I think we should probably schedule some time, make sure that and make sure that maybe, I know we get our agendas, they come out Friday before. I would like some time to kind of digest that assessment a little bit, because I do get a lot of feedback from residents. This is a big deal. And I want to make sure that when we have our discussion, perhaps second meeting in February, that it is constructive and substantive and that we've had a real chance to kind of mull this over. I'm probably going to reread that new charter a few times over again once I see that assessment.
I suspect we'll all be doing that.
Yeah, I think having some time, and I think hopefully some of this stuff will flesh itself out in that next discussion. But I'll go ahead and support the motion on the floor.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Please cast your votes.
On item 6A, the professional services agreement, the motion to approve the resolution was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passed 7-0.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is item 6B, recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving a parking lease agreement for the Andresian Building located at 320 North E Street with 320 North E Street LLC. Mr. Persico.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Persico, Community Development Director. The item before you tonight is approval of a parking lease agreement for the Andresen Building, which is at 320 North E Street. Give you a little bit of background on the project. The building was built in 1927. It's a historic building, has about 62,000 square feet of professional office space in it. It last had a lease with the redevelopment agency in 1999. That lease has since expired, so technically the building has no parking attached to it. Under the current code, the building would be required to have 125 spaces, and the current owner's been trying to sell the building for approximately 3 years. Over the last couple of months, we've met with a couple of different potential buyers, and the gentleman here this evening with Enterprise Technology Alliance seems to be a perfect fit for the city of San Bernardino. They're a technology company located in San Diego, focused on the logistics business. The agreement allows 5 years of free parking within the mall parking lot or the city hall parking structure. During that time, the city will be, as part of the overall redevelopment of the Carousel Mall. One of the things that we definitely have to do, regardless of this building being sold or not, the city really needs to do a parking management plan and a parking study in the downtown. So that's something that we've been talking about doing already. So during that 5 years, we will be conducting a parking study. The parking agreement overall is for a period of 25 years. A little bit of background on the company itself, and then I'll ask Alan, who is here, to get up and make a few comments. Like I say, they are currently based in San Diego. They've got 20 employees, and they are anticipating expanding to 100. They're currently working with a number of companies in the Inland Empire. Their company covers logistics for all 50 states and 25 countries. And they're currently working with 4 of the top 10 largest logistics firms in the world. So again, a perfect fit for the city of San Bernardino. The city is required under law to outline what some of the subsidies are. The parking, even though it is free, nobody's currently paying for parking in downtown, so I think the word free is somewhat of a misnomer. As I've outlined in the staff report, it's really more of an opportunity cost. If somebody were to pay for parking, there would be lost revenue, but again, nobody's paying for parking in downtown. So while this is under the law cast as an economic development subsidy, for all practical purposes, the city isn't really losing anything. We're gaining a very significant business and somebody who's committed to renovating the building, the Andreessen building, and tenanting the building. I've got a couple of pictures here. I think most people are familiar with the outside of the building. I don't know how many people have been in the inside, but it is fairly historically intact inside, at least on the main lobby level. The basement and the other floors have been renovated over the years and lost a lot of that historic integrity, and the new purchaser does intend to renovate the building to bring it up to historic standards from top to bottom. Staff is recommending the council determine that the lease agreement is exempt from CEQA and then approve the lease agreement. The lease agreement is with not Enterprise Technology Alliance, but with 320 North East Street LLC, and which is actually the name of the limited liability company that will own the building. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and then I also have the president and founder of the company here, and he's going to make a couple of comments as well.
Councilmember Marquez.
I was going to ask Mr. Stanley to come up, give us a brief
Yes.
a synopsis of what his vision is going to be and why he chose the city of San Bernardino.
Okay, great.
So I'm president and founder of Enterprise Technology Alliance. Was born in Southern California, lived here all my life, been an entrepreneur since high school. Always been, the boundless optimism of the entrepreneur and looking for the bigger picture and the greater opportunity. And our company does business in every time zone in this country, as well as 25 countries around the world. So one of the things that we have is a diverse geographical footprint. Another thing that we have as a technology company is we have data centers located geographically dispersed. And one of the things we were looking for at this juncture in our company was expanding to an additional data center. We were looking actually in Henderson, Nevada at the time we found this project. And this building struck us as a tremendous opportunity for a few reasons. Number one, it's much larger than the space that we were looking at, so it offers us a tremendous opportunity to expand and take on some of the social initiatives that were important to us. Our company philosophy, again, being rooted in the entrepreneurial environment and culture. We wanted to foster a workplace environment where we had opportunities for similar like-minded entrepreneurs to come and put down stakes and have a community within the building that supported itself. We also were pleased that this particular building has a backup power generator, which is a significant expense to add to an existing building. And the location here in downtown has fiber optic service. Carrier grade fiber is very important to us. So the entire building will be lit with fiber as well as Wi-Fi in the surrounding area. And also we were very in favor of the story of San Bernardino at its present juncture, kind of rising from the ashes, if you will, and in the real estate market a little bit behind the curve of San Diego, where we're from. Things have already advanced, and opportunities like this building are really hard to come by. So the market timing is substantial. The building size is substantial. And the fact that the leadership of the community is behind growing the opportunities and behind business coming to San Bernardino is very attractive to us. Even though we deal throughout Southern California, and we have customers actually pretty much throughout the Inland Empire and LA and San Diego and Orange County, we felt this would be an excellent location for our new data center and our new network operating center. The network operating center is the call center, if you will, for a 24/7 IT operation. The nature of our business and our customers involves a lot of mission-critical and high-value freight and transportation. And our platform moves tens of billions of pounds of freight per year, and we have a 24/7 need to be able to monitor our technology, monitor our customer service, and provide the disaster recovery and business contingency planning opportunities for our customers. We are also liking the employment base here in San Bernardino. It's kind of an underemployed area, but there are a lot of educational opportunities here for people. And we have just found in the practice of our business, almost no matter who we are finding at whatever skill level they come in at, we're having to educate them and bring them up to speed in our industry and our technology. And so we loved the idea that we have enough room in this building to have a classroom environment as well. So in addition to fostering local entrepreneurs to come and take advantage of this fantastic office building, we're also going to be recruiting locally and building up programmers, IT technicians, computer service people, customer service, as well as subject matter experts in transportation and logistics. And then additionally, this building, as you saw there, is just amazingly beautiful. I happen to love that Art Deco style, and that's what initially attracted me here. And once I got inside the building, and it's floor-to-ceiling marble and travertine and Art Deco ceilings, and the hallways are clad in marble, and you know, it's just it's a work of art, which is personally appealing to me. And we're just very excited to refurbish the building to its original glory and have a Class A office building here in downtown, fully decked out with all the modern conveniences, of internet, beautiful Art Deco workspace with amenities on the first floor and basement floor, consisting of professional services and eateries, and then supporting the office structure above.
Good.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
And then I move to approve.
Second.
Councilman Nichols.
I did have a question regarding the actual agreement. I'm looking at packet page 114, section 7 of the agreement refers to closure of the facilities. The last sentence of that section reads, permanent closure of both the mall structure and the city hall structure for any reason shall terminate this agreement. I believe in October we received a presentation from Mr. Duquette that we anticipated the mall to be in fact closed sometime in the first half of 2017. How do we reconcile this term of this agreement to the testimony we received in October regarding closure of the mall?
The mall will close and the surface lots will close, but the parking structure will not. When Steve made his presentation, I think it wasn't entirely clear what was happening, but yes, when the last tenant moves out, which we anticipate in either June or July, the mall itself will be secured and the surface lots will be closed. But the parking structure, we actually have a lease with Regal Cinema, so we are required to leave the parking garage open for Regal as well as the California Theater.
So what is the mall structure in this?
It's the parking structure that's generally wraps around the old Woolworths building at 4th and E.
I think we may want to clarify that the mall parking structure as opposed to the mall structure. I read it as being the closure of the mall itself.
Yeah, we can certainly make that clarification.
And, the City Hall parking structure the same? Or is it the City Hall building?
No, this is the City Hall parking structure, and we can certainly clarify. We can insert parking in both of those.
I'll go ahead and support it.
Councilmember Valdivia.
I certainly appreciate your presentation. Thank you for believing in our city and coming to bring jobs. That's very critical. So wish you the best of luck. I do just have a couple of questions. How many stories, how many levels of parking are there? And we're talking all from bottom to top, correct?
The parking structure has 3 levels.
And specific to our gentleman here, is it access to all 3, or is there a specific level that he wants?
It's access to all 3. They're actually undesignated or unassigned spaces, so it's where parking is available.
Right.
So if there's an open space, either a ETA employee or one of the other tenants of the building would have the right to park there.
And he proposes to buy the entire Andresen building?
Correct.
And is this actual truck parking, or is this just employee parking?
No, we don't actually move freight. We're just the technology software that runs freight companies.
Right. So it's just employee
parking? Yeah, it's vehicle parking.
Vehicle parking. Correct. For your employees and customers and visitors.
And any other tenants of the building. Again, the building probably is about 20% leased currently. And the idea is obviously to renovate floor by floor and re-tenant floor by floor.
And what happens to the existing tenants of Andresen building? Would you honor the same lease and welcome them to stay, or?
Yes, actually, I've met all the tenants, and of course there's fluctuation in and out, but so far I like all the tenants that are there, and we have a shared vision.
And then regarding the comment that you made regarding overall study, I certainly welcome that. A 5-year, I don't know if if the words are accurate, a 5-year plan to study it?
Well, the parking, sure. The term of the free parking is 5 years, and sometime during that 5-year period, staff will conduct a parking study and parking management plan of the downtown. And that was already under discussion as part of the Carousel Mall redevelopment project, because we know that parking is going to become a critical issue as the mall gets redeveloped. So that was already on our kind of work program. I think the purchase of the Andreessen building probably moves that up in our schedule.
So I think, policy-wise for Mark and Andrea is that, I think we at one point had a Citizens Advisory Committee of some sort that was actually duly authorized and recognized by the charter, the old charter. I think it was called the Central City Parking Commission of whatnot. But I think it's quite critical that we get our parking under control, and I certainly applaud the leadership that you're providing, if in fact that is to study our downtown parking. I would include that we need to possibly even contract out with, I know Vanner Tower has made suggestions. I don't know, those were several months ago, but we need to reevaluate and reassess the priorities. Can we or should we sell that parking structure just adjacent to City Hall? Is there value in it so we can capture that value and put it on our books and sublease it out to Vanner? So these are questions that ultimately I guess your committee or however you study it should address, as well as downtown parking meters. I think that would certainly provide some additional revenue. So I'll support this, and appreciate you coming to San Bernardino. Thank you.
No further discussions. Please cast your votes.
On item, I keep looking for my button. On item, where are we? 6B, sorry about that. The motion was made by Ms. Marquez to approve the parking lease with Andreessen, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passed 7-0.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break before we start our CIP discussion. All right. Discuss the proposed fiscal year 2016-17 capital improvement plan, provide direction and suggestions for revisions. I want to thank our city manager and staff for putting this together and the time and effort. We appreciate your diligence at making sure that we have a document that's very workable, so thank you, appreciate it. So we'll turn the time now over to the city manager.
Thank you. I'm going to make some opening comments, and I will turn most of the presentation over to the brain trust here, who knows the details a whole lot better than I do. As you know, we've been talking about having this workshop for quite some time, and I'm sorry it wasn't ready at the same time the budget was ready. It just wasn't, and that's a reflection of where we've been as an organization, and hopefully this will be a representation of where we're going, because I think we have started to put together a capital budget that is really has at least the start of being a strategic analysis of how we spend our money. I've discussed before with you when we did the budget in here back in May or June. I brought the whiteboard up, and I discussed the fact that it's all money. A lot of this is money that comes from the same pot. In other words, the same general fund dollars that we spend on operations it's the same pot of money that sometimes we will need to spend in order to do capital budgets. So it's two separate presentations, one on the operating budget and one on the capital budget, but it's related in many respects. Now, capital budgets are more complicated because there's so many fund sources, as you've seen going through the book, and many of those fund sources can only be spent on certain kinds of projects, so they become dedicated fund sources. But in the bottom line, at the end, you're going to see that we don't have even remotely enough money, enough resources to do all of the things that this city needs to get done. And I don't think that's just a San Bernardino problem, that's a statewide problem. There was a story last week that was criticizing the state legislature, and I'm not doing that, but the state legislature was being criticized because they did not adopt funding for street paving, for street projects. There's been an initiative in recent years because the gas tax has declined and declined as people buy more cost-efficient vehicles. The gas tax doesn't cover what it used to cover, and so the initiative has existed to try to transfer to a miles-driven tax, which a lot of people have been opposed to. The word tax right off the bat, you know that's not going to be an easy sell. But as a result, the state legislature has not come up with a solution to this problem that's a statewide problem. The article estimated that there's $130 billion worth of road work that needs to be done in the state, that there just isn't enough money to deal with. We're a small piece of that number, but we are, you'll see, we're way below what it would take to fix every street in the city, and that's a story that virtually every city can tell. It's exacerbated here because of the conditions of our streets. I mean, it's been a long time for some of these streets, and as a result, there's not a lot to spend. As we go through it, you'll see that in places where we have significant pots of money for street projects, it's pretty much coming from regional sources, where we end up having funding to do big regional projects, interchanges, highway interchanges, bridges, you know, those kinds of big projects. And then when you get down to the next level with local collector streets or our major arterials, we may put in some of our local money, but by the time you get down to local streets, there just isn't much money in the budget at all. We put money in for potholes, and that's basically what we've had is funding to do that kind of work. So when we started looking at the capital budget, one of the first things we said was, well, everybody wants to know when we're going to fix the streets. So we started looking at that, and we realized that while we have maps that rate the conditions of streets, what we don't have is we don't have a strategic analysis of that that says when can we get it done, what's it take to get done. I explained a couple weeks ago at the council meeting that the amount of money it takes to fix a street that's real bad, in other words, one that is, they call it alligatored, and the water is getting into the base of the street, to have to dig out the street, redo the base, and rebuild the street is way more expensive than it is to take a street that isn't quite that bad yet and fix it before it goes that bad. So a lot of times you end up fixing streets that aren't the worst streets in your town, because if you don't, they're going to cost you as much as the worst streets in the town. And that doesn't sound right to people, but that's what sometimes you end up having to do. So we need to do some analyses on how to strategize the street work that we do have the ability to do. And as a group, we're going to have to talk about, so what do we do about the ones we can't do? When you get into the parks area, for instance, we don't even remotely have the money to take care of all the parks we've got. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, we probably, most of the roofs of buildings in our parks need work. I mean, just for starters, let alone the rest of the conditions that exist in the parks. So we're going to do the best we can to go as far as we can, and it's going to be important for the city council to give us direction in terms of where the priorities are. I mean, that unfortunately is your job, to tell us where the priorities are, and we're going to do the best we can with what we've got, and we're going to go out and look for money wherever we can look for it. But that's another example, and parks is a source where there's nowhere near as much money available as there is, for instance, with streets on regional funding. So we'll look at that. The staff will take you through all of the different funding categories. Another one we've looked at is streetlights. We think that there's some strategies on streetlights to perhaps rebuild most of the city. Now, we're going to want to recommend initially to do some pilot programs to make sure that what we've got in mind is going to work. For one thing, we may end up lighting up the city brighter than people want it to be lit up because the new technologies, John's mentioned the new technologies. The new technologies will turn some dark streets very light. And so we want to do some pilot programs and test that and see what we think. And then we do think there's some methods by which we can save enough money on the new system that over time it really ends up paying for itself. The maintenance costs alone of what we do to fix things, and you know, and we're using the term whack-a-mole too much these days, but we're fixing things that just end up getting broken again, and we need to stop doing that, and we need to start doing real fixes. So in the capital budget, there's an analysis for the street lights that we need to do. Stacy is here from the Water Department. Under the new charter, we have provisions for the sewer collection system to transfer to the Water Department, which is where it belongs, and it's a good change in the charter. They've got the expertise to do the work, and that's where it belongs. But we've been collecting the money, and we haven't been doing the work. We haven't been getting to that work. Some of it's critical, needs to be done, and we're going to have to start spending that money even before we get around with all of the governments and liability issues and all the things we have to do to transfer. But we're going to work with Stacy and her team on what projects it is need to be done and to start spending that money and getting those projects moving. You'll see a fairly big chunk of money that's existing in our budget for sewer collector projects, and that's where that's going. And that's the good news, is that there is some money to start spending on some of those projects. I don't know the long-term projection. We'll figure that out as we're looking at the transfer, but in the short term, there's some money that we need to spend. And the last thing I'm going to bring up, because the ladies were good enough to come tonight and to talk about the Northwest area and some of the projects that have been discussed out there for a long time. We do have the bond issue that we talked about at the council not too long ago. There's projects in this capital budget to do the work that's called out. There's some analysis we need to do. It's been a long time since those projects were designed. We need to consult with the community, and we need to make sure we're doing the right projects. But there is money included in this budget for the projects that have been promised. All of that bond money hadn't been sold yet, so all that money doesn't exist, but some of it does, and we're including that money in this funding. So there are a lot of pieces of the capital budget. They all come together. It's not perfect. We still have work to do around here. We know that, but it's a whole lot better than it has been. I do think it starts taking on a strategic purpose, and Brent and Dixon and Chris will start walking you through the different pieces that are in the book, and we're happy to take council input along the way. This is a workshop. We're not asking for adoption. There's nothing that's set in concrete, and so there's plenty of room for discussion at this point. City Attorney's got something he needs to bring up before we start.
Yes, thank you. Before we get started on the discussion, we'd like to discuss some of the conflict of interest issues that council has, or that elected officials have, with respect to what we're doing today. So I've asked Stephen to come forward and give an admonition in terms of what we need to be concerned about.
Mayor, members of the council, Deputy City Attorney Stephen Graham, here for your conflict of interest admonition. The Political Reform Act prohibits any public servant from making, participating in making, or influencing a governmental decision if they know or have reason to know that they have a financial interest in that decision. This test has been applied by the FPPC in the CIP context to preclude council members from making, participating in making, or influencing decisions related to specific projects within 500 feet of the property that the public servant has an interest in. My understanding from the city manager's office is that today's meeting will be focusing on higher level budget issues more than specific projects, but our office did want to make sure that you had been advised to exercise discretion when specific topic or projects come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
You ready?
All right.
Okay. Greetings. In July or in June, when we adopted the budget, we told you we'd be back spending the summer on a capital plan, and it's taken some time. There's been other challenges to get us to this point today, but we are here now, and we are pleased to present to you what is a proposed, and it's key to understand that this is not what's happening. This is our recommendation to the policymakers as a tool for you to review, give feedback on, etc., that we would then adopt at a later council meeting. Projects all along, projects that are included in here have been coming forward on a project-by-project basis for whatever reason when it receives sufficient priority or direction, etc. And so there are projects that are underway that are part of this. Ordinarily, you adopt this with the budget, so it kind of all happens in advance of the year that's about to start. So yes, it's a bit backwards this year, and when we get to 17-18, we'll all be better that way. So something very similar to this you'll see again as part of the 17-18 budget process that will be updated then. One comment I wanted to play off what the city manager said is that all the focus on strategic efforts to try and deal with street lights, streets, sewer projects, and so forth, those will have a dramatic impact on years 2 through 5 of this document. So our focus primarily, especially tonight, is on the 16-17 year, and while the last 4 years are also part of the documents being approved or recommended for discussion and then approved later, is part of the planning we're doing. I want to make sure we understand that it's not in stone ever. It is a fluid, live, living document, and to some extent, once we get adopted, it may change when something else happens that we have to whack-a-mole, the next week as whatever comes up. So that's how we see this. It's a guide that we are following as we implement the policy direction you give us.
Let me say one thing real quick. Most of the projects you're going to see in 16-17 were the same projects that were in 15-16 and didn't get done. That's how they ended up in the 16-17 column. To the extent that council members decide some of them aren't the highest priority, we can deal with that in many cases. Maybe not all cases, but in many cases we can deal with that. So I just want you to know the recent history, while the city's been in bankruptcy, is that not a whole lot of the projects have happened. And I think you know that. And so that a lot of these projects, if you went back a year, you see the same projects. We didn't arbitrarily take projects off the list unless there was some huge reason to do it. But the council does have the ability to reprioritize.
Are projects that have been scheduled for 16-17 analyzed for their prioritization based on the discussion that you explained earlier, whereby there may be some streets that we shouldn't be repairing because they're in such bad shape and other streets need to be repaired in order to reduce the future cost of those repairs? So does this budget incorporate that strategy?
We have not done that analysis yet. I think I'd let Chris address that. If there's street projects on here that are called for doing work and you don't think they're ready to go because, for instance, we become aware there's a utility project that's going to happen first, you wouldn't move forward with the project.
Correct.
Right. But the projects that are on here, I don't know to what Chris is new in his role too, but I don't know to what extent we feel comfortable they're necessarily the best strategic projects to go first, because we haven't done that analysis yet.
Yeah, majority of the projects in this current year were prior projects that were already either approved by council or brought forward in a Measure I or a planning document.
So if there's a project that you, in your estimation, should not be completed for 16-17 because it falls into that criteria that the city manager is talking about, is that something then that you'll be making that assessment?
Not for this particular year, but in subsequent years.
The study will do the assessment.
The study will do the assessment for the future. I don't think that I think the staff would have pulled anything that was obviously wrong.
Well, just to back up, 16-17 for us is primarily a design year. The next year will be a construction year. So we will have that opportunity to pull them before they're actually constructed.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor.
Kind of at the very outset, Mark, I appreciate the workshop. I've been kind of on your heels about CIP. I want to express to the public and our viewing audience that the CIP is really your public works at work. I mean, this is the opportunity where you can lobby your respective council member on a particular priority in your area. Working in collaboration with my Neighborhood Clusters Association and my constituents and really kind of the torchbearers in my ward, I have expressed kind of repeatedly to our CIP team, and I appreciate the very good work that Chris and your team have done. Over the years, I usually spend January through March, as I recollect, providing meeting after meeting with your team to kind of diagnose the areas of opportunity for my district, and I take those very, very seriously because, again, that's the opportunity for us as city government to display what we're doing with your tax dollar, so that the curbs, the gutters, the tree trimming, street light opportunities, and the asphalt pavement rehabilitation programs are then implemented and captured on the city budget, and we can roll those out. Now, I respect the fact that we, and this is not to chide or correct our staff, but this is something that a policy issue we need to really kind of deliberate and discuss and move forward. The idea that we have current, existing, up-to-date information on our asphalt rehabilitation program, that's a myth, folks. We haven't had one since 07 or 08. As I recollect from kind of my analysis and just studying the documents and prior conversations with staff members, we haven't had a true, actual assessment of our asphalt pavement plan since about 07, 08, when EDA conducted a very comprehensive look at our asphalt. So we have existing maps that are floating out there, existing maps that capture very old data. And so those data points are probably even more severe than what we now can currently assess. I have, in the last year and a half to 2 years, and within the last year, have suggested that CDBG, this is a good funding opportunity to have a comprehensive asphalt pavement management plan paid for by, where we can, CDBG, because we have been saying that for years, that we need an asphalt plan. For 4 years that I've been here, I've been pushing it. The time is now, folks. We need to get an asphalt management plan. Our streets are in terrible condition. Let's stop saying, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. The time is now. Let's do it for reals and get some funding behind this. So I hope that's. I saw a little bit of it. Yeah. So that's good. The second opportunity that I hope we're not somehow coerced, and I'm not suggesting that, but we really need to take time as a council member to kind of work with that, and with your permission, I'm going to have meetings, subsequent follow-up meetings, just to kind of discuss and further understand offline what those priorities presented here actually flesh out in my ward. They may be inconsistent and incongruent with the needs of my community, and I would hope that you would respect the council members' respective wards so that we can kind of play with different priorities that have been enumerated by our neighborhood cluster associations, by the various touch points in our community that I represent. And maybe God bless this here, but maybe in my particular ward, we don't need eucalyptus paved. We need pepper because that's an area that's coming online for commerce. So I wanted to just provide some opening remarks on that. Thank you for bringing this, Mark. I know it's been kind of a long time coming, and I'm looking forward to the presentation. I want to partner with you and your team to make sure that we flesh these products out to the street. That's so important to us.
Yeah, and we certainly agree with the philosophy you just expressed. The process is complicated when you have all of the data, which we don't have. But if we had all the data, it gets a little bit complicated in that it's just not a simple trade-off this street to that street, because this street and that street aren't equal in terms of when there's going to be a utility problem or whatever. But that kind of input into each year's project and going out into the future, that's exactly what we need to do in order to make this document reflect the needs of the community. So absolutely, philosophically, we're on the same page with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll come jump to the punchline, if you will, that when we do all this strategic work and so forth, that we identified all these needs, and what Mark said a minute ago is that we're going to see we're grossly underfunded, and that's where then the real tough decisions will have to be made as to how much do we care. It's a revenue discussion at some point in time, because we can do the study, identify, here's the need, okay, well, great, put it on the shelf till next time. Well, that's not a good solution, obviously. Spent money wasted. We need to figure out then the next step to actually implement those things reasonably. Probably can't do all of it. So the question of what doesn't get done, that's a very difficult conversation to have, but needs to be had. But we want to advance forward and have that with you then, so we can not finally, but make this concerted effort to make substantial progress on the things that have not occurred. So I think that's probably, we're all on the same page in that regard. You all have the notebooks, I believe, and they're thick, they're big, and they got pages sticking at the top, etc. So where we're primarily going to focus is the current year tonight. So we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but the focus of our effort right now is we're in the current year and awaiting the strategic efforts is the 16-17 work. And so what I wanted to pass out, so you don't have to be flipping through the notebook, or you can if you want to, is it's nothing new. It's what's in the notebook, and it's the funded projects proposal for the 16-17 year. It may be easier for you to just flip through this instead of back and forth in the binder. So Dixon will pass that out. I will also spend a little time in a bit kind of explaining a little bit more how these schedules work, what's in there, because it can be a little daunting if you're just flipping through and numbers don't look like the tie. You always want the bottom right column should be the same number every time, right? Well, depends what the schedule is, and they're not all the same schedules. So that said, let me get through or into the conversation. I have a fairly brief presentation, and then we get to the back end like we did with the operating budget, where we just kind of take the first section of the schedules. Oh, you know, actually, I gave away extra supposed to be used. Help! Oh, thanks. And then we'll walk through each of the sections and see what's there, take questions, feedback, and we want feedback. So.
You got to point it at the computer. Where's the computer?
That's sure. It changed. Yeah, it did. It moved. No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Some of this is generic overview, 30,000-foot stuff, but a capital improvement plan. The key point here is that it's multi-year, so it's a planning tool. It's designed to tie the funding resource. That's one of the things we have talked a lot about here. It's all the expenditure side of the fence, but it's identify what resources do we have to be able to match to the funding sources, to the projects you need to do that are eligible to be used by the different funding sources. So this plan is designed to do that. And while you can talk about it at a high level, it really has to drill down to see for each of the different funding types what's available to do for that type of expenditure. Types of projects you do with a CIP. We've talked about it ad nauseum almost, but the master plans and studies, we put that first because that's key this year is to get that intelligence gathering work done. the municipal facilities and buildings, streets, traffic, transportation projects, wastewater, sewer, storm drains, park and recreation, public safety, fleet, technology. Technology is kind of a new player of the game these days. It's highly important, and it's actually a bigger and bigger cost driver in our world today, and so it really needs to be thought about in this context, because it's not just an operating item, but we have substantial capital needs associated even just by the programs themselves. So anyway, so this is, again, sort of generic, and most of these categories are part of what we're doing for 16-17 also. Then in terms of what our various funding sources are, the general fund is listed first. It's largely to a very limited degree because our general fund is almost entirely spoken for on an operating budget, but there are some dollars embedded in there, as well as when we come out of BK and we stop paying some other things that we can then kind of reprogram toward other capital needs. So we're kind of moving toward that. 17-18 we believe will be a year when we can look at that conversation more deeply, provided we execute the departure from bankruptcy this year effectively. We have transportation sources of revenue. Measure I, gas taxes are our two primary ongoing, predictable funding sources for that kind of thing. We have a myriad of development impact fees. I listed a few there: parks, circulation, traffic, municipal facilities. In the plan, we've estimated very, very conservatively on those numbers because it's nothing you can really count on. It depends on development. So I would expect that the numbers we put in for projected revenues will probably come in better than that. As we averaged 10 years, I think it was maybe 5 years, cut it in half, and I took a lower number from that just because we don't want to be short if we're planning for projects. The key back in the definition was a reliable stream of money, and these are very up and down based on development. Customer rates, the only one here for us at this point in time really is sewer, which will not be in our queue for that long, but once we get that all settled and stable, line in Stacy's world, and she can have it. So she's saying, thank you, I can see her in her eyes. Internal charges, they really are kind of a recycling of other funds, but we have fleet and information technology funds where we incur our costs and then distribute them out to the other funds they benefit, the general fund being the biggest of those anymore at this point in time. But those are another source of funding too, where we, Mitch may say, I need $3 million of this and that next year, and so we budget for that if that's a priority, and then we allocate it out to the general fund and other sources that benefit from that. Grants is something we probably underutilize. That needs to be renewed focus on that. I actually am hiring a body that will be a grant accountant that is designed to work miracles in my mind, but help clear up our audits so I stop bringing findings to you and we actually bring clean audits forward, which that'd be a wonderful starting point. But also then we have a better launching point to go after other grants and so forth. But right now we really still got to focus on spending the monies we have and getting our structure cleaned up so we can apply competitively for some of these other sources. But that hopefully will be a very substantial piece of the pie over the long term. And then lastly, bonds. Not a real substantial amount of money going forward right now, as you have to have a funding source to repay those things. But as we talked about earlier, there are some funds right now from previous bond transactions that will fund some of the projects that are in the list. Conversation we've already really had to some degree here at a deeper level in this slide projects, but is the concept of how do projects make it into the plan. There's a myriad of things. Obviously, funding availability is highly important. And priority needs identified from the master plans. That's the focus that City Manager talked about, trying to get us focused on taking on a strategic basis. And then the council question priorities. I wasn't sure which order to put these in because they're in no particular order really. But council request and priorities, as Councilman Valdivia was talking about, makes a large difference in where we focus. Health and safety rules change all the time, and we have to upgrade this or do that and so forth. So that can drive the conversation. Economic benefits. If we do certain projects, it creates the infrastructure for other things that have economic benefit to go forward, so a project makes sense. Maybe that's a priority. And on the other side, then maybe it's an aesthetic reason that because of doing a project, we make the entryways to the city look better, et cetera. So all kinds of factors play into this and affect the policy decision that we'll be having now and in the future. I almost hesitate to talk about this at a 30,000 foot level because it's a little misleading to say, hey, well, the way the slide reads is the first line is the resources for the current year are the dollars coming into this from the prior year, as well as the current year revenues. Collectively, in this book, that's $61 million. So it sounds like a lot of money, but it's in a whole bunch of different buckets, and those numbers break down a lot smaller once you start breaking them up, and especially see when a large part of the money is in the sewer fund, and so there's a lot less available for other things then. Then the current year's proposed projects is $20 million for the 16-17 year, leaving 41 to carry forward into the last 4 years of the plan. We've projected revenue of $66 million for the last 4 years of the plan, leaving $107 million for that years 2 through 5. The plan has $77 million projected or in place right now, that would then mathematically leave almost $30 million left over, which I hesitate to show that too, because it's, oh great, $30 million left over. Why don't we spend it sooner? Well, when you get to this, I'm not sure you can see it necessarily very well, but about 5 lines down is Fund 132, which is the sewer line maintenance. Of that 29 or 30 million, 17 is sewer, just based on the numbers here. So when you take gas tax and Measure I, the transportation sources above, which I'm sure will get spent sooner than this is showing, once we get more feedback and data, and because we don't want to sit on funds till then if we have them available now to do things. But based on what we've identified so far, the other piece of the remaining funds are basically gas tax and Measure I. The rest of it is fairly minor things, some actually negative, and then and so that's how it breaks down then by fund. But these are the funding sources included in the CIP. The general fund's listed at the top, only to the extent we tap it for over the years, which is for a little bit of facilities money for the move costs really. CDBG, that will change too as we have different priorities over each of the CDBG years. A gas tax Measure I is pretty predictable. Sewer line mains, we already said it's going to go away. After that, almost everything else down to the Quimby Act Parkland 269 fund is impact fees, and so those are not large amounts of money. And then you got the bond funds, and then fleet, and the remaining residual refuse funds.
So what Brenda's saying is if you take these big chunks, it accounts for virtually all of what's left over. So that means going forward, we don't have a pot of funding to start with like we did over here. So going forward, we've got funding issues on anything that doesn't fit into those categories. And even there, as I said, when you get to local streets, we got major funding problems. So we didn't do this to depress everybody, but I think it's the reality of cities in California right now, and especially poor cities, that going forward, capital money is going to be hard to come by. So we're going to have to get very strategic on what that means to what we do in the future. Sorry.
I have a brief slide overview, and you can talk with more questions you may have on this. We can take a pause after this, but I wanted to give some high-level highlights of things that have been happening this year that are underway, and I can read them to you. The city yards had some improvements. The main library roof is being replaced, or is about to be replaced. The Vermont Community Center has had work going on, and it's going to be done soon, I believe. It's various storm drain projects, 3 of them going on. Street projects, more than 30. They're, again, started to date. Traffic signals, 2, and then the ongoing video taping of the sewer lines, which has been a project you've heard about previously and continues. So.
Question.
Yeah.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. The city yard improvements, can you kind of elaborate on that? My understanding is with, the outsourcing of multiple, employees and whatnot, that the liability would shift then to, and possibly the sale of the city yard. So I'm a little confused and certainly befuddled with kind of why are we improving that if in fact the onus is now shifted to the other outsourced agents.
Well, as part of the Burtech transition, and because of the refuse trucks, the State Water Board came down pretty hard on the refuse operation. There were NPDES requirements that were stipulated because of the type of operation that existed at the city yard. And through negotiations, we actually put into place a vehicle to pay for those restrictions that were placed on the yard. So the actual Vertec transition pays for all of those improvements that are going to the city yard, specifically for that. It's to improve the yard and to pay for the upgrades to the fuel station that are at the city yard.
Here's my only, my point of contention is, well, I appreciate that, the transition paying for these improvements, but if a city yard, the acreage size of 10 to 15, 20 acres, whatever the city yards are, and they sit vacant and empty, why are we improving it?
Well, I think we're using the word improving maybe slightly loose.
All right.
I don't know that he's necessarily making improvements. I think he's dealing with regulatory compliance issues.
There's definitely regulatory compliance.
That had not been addressed, and we still have the responsibility to do those. So as part of those negotiations, we were responsible for them, even if we were to try to sell that land, because we certainly,
should, right.
Yeah, we may want to consider that in the future, if not all of it, maybe a part of it. But irregardless, we would still be responsible for making it meet compliance with state standards. So
is it a substantial
substantial cost, I would envision. Just
what's the rough balloon estimate there?
We have $3 million budgeted for the city yard and fuel station improvements.
And Chris, please don't hesitate to correct me. I think it's probably stormwater compliance
all
requirements.
All stormwater requirements.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So those are very costly, and we would be responsible for those regardless.
Right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you. Chris, I know we've outsourced our integrated waste, so that leaves fewer staff. How many staff currently work at the city yard?
Actually, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of about 100 still based out of the yard.
It's like a ghost town. I was out there the other day and
Not working.
Yeah.
It's empty.
They're out working.
Except at the end of the day, we still have building maintenance based out of there. We have fleet. We have operations and maintenance. We have parks. We still have a number of people based out of the yard.
So there's activity.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize that we had to comply with the stand mandates, regardless if we keep it or we sell it.
And like so many people, I believe Stacy Altstat's probably still not feeling well, so if we have any sewer questions, okay, I didn't want Stacy to have to stay, she doesn't need to, but so if we have any sewer questions, Stacy is working with us to try to begin the transfer process, and one of the studies that's in here is an analysis of that sewer system, so I want just to make sure if there's any questions, Stacy's available to answer those.
On there you have various storm drain projects, and it's 3 that are underway. Which projects are those?
That's not me. Storm drain is not coming over.
No.
Uh-oh.
Don't you want it?
Check your email.
Yeah. Stacy, did you check your recent email? No.
We have Mountain Avenue between 39th and 40 is at 90% design. We have Meridian and Poplar. And we have a Patton Basin outlet, which is in the county pocket that we're responsible for.
We obviously, this whole region has stormwater problems that need to be addressed. I got to see the rivers that run down the north-south streets during the rain for the first time. It's not just a city issue. That water that's running down our streets is coming from uphill, and by the time it runs through our city, it's a river. And there's some very big regional problems we need to address over and above the local projects.
Right.
Chris,
Yes, sir.
39th and Mountain,
Yes, sir.
near and dear to our hearts. You say it's 90% design. I thought that was actually out to bid at one time, and because of the bankruptcy, we stopped. So we had a contractor that was actually going to do the work, and then stopped it because of the bankruptcy. So what, are we having to go back and do more design, or what?
I believe that was out twice from history. And so the last time
Design work, I think, had been done because we were going into construction.
So each time you pull it, numbers change, design criteria change, You have to comply with the state law. So you have to pull it back in, re-examine the design criteria, and then put it back out. So we're sitting ready to go with our construction documents, and it's about ready to pull the trigger on it.
Is there an actual project in here for construction of that project?
Yes.
Okay. That's good.
That goes, excuse me, that goes clear from Harrison. Now, that's streets, right? From Harrison all the way around down to 39th.
It's got
This is
rehab. It's
this
got
is
quite a bit of construction.
stormwater. There's a lot
Yes.
in that curve. Okay.
Evelyn talks my ear off about that.
Every day, I know.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to talk to her tonight. She's going to call me, I'm sure.
You can tell her the good news.
Yeah, it's 90% design. She's going to ask the same question. I thought that had been out for construction. Why do we have to
Couple times
redesign
already,
it?
yeah.
Well, now I've got the answer.
Nobody knew the project.
I'm not sure I accept it, but I've got it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around, and it may be premature at this point, but I mean, clearly we need to start somewhere, and I think that's sort of where we're at today, is kind of getting our thinking caps on in terms of what are the immediate needs and how do we start to wrangle this wild elephant that eventually we're going to need to tackle. And there's a tremendous capital need in this city at multiple levels. And then you layer that with the fact that we just don't have access to the revenue sources that a typical city of our size has access to. I've heard, you know, just as an example, Ontario generates almost 4 times just in general revenues what we produce, and that sort of puts things in perspective in terms of what we're really capable of doing given our current resources. The other concern that was expressed to me, and I'd like to get some thoughts on that, is how we interface with Sandbag to make sure that our projects are linked to and coordinated with those improvements that are being done at the regional level. Specifically the University Parkway project. My understanding is they're currently in engineering on that project. I've got different indications in terms of the progress that's being made on that. But certainly that whole university corridor going up to the university, we've had multiple discussions on that in regard to how that traffic impacts all the surrounding neighborhoods and surrounding streets. I've received numerous complaints now on Little Mountain. That Little Mountain is now serving to relieve some of that congestion, especially when the university is when those classes are either letting out or starting. There's a tremendous demand, and immediate demand, and it's sort of a jolt that happens in terms of all the cars that have to get onto campus and out of campus, and it's a real serious management problem. So I think what I'm trying to understand is, do we have given the way we've done planning up till now, and clearly there's been deficiencies because we went bankrupt, so we can probably look at deficiencies that existed in the way we planned and prioritized in the past. And I want to make sure that we are hopefully beginning to correct those deficient approaches that got us in many ways to where we are today, and ensure that if there are, it'd be nice to sort of get a sense of dollar-wise what we're looking at per resident. So when I go back to my residents and they complain, well, why are we just simply filling potholes? And then we have these getting in the weeds discussions of, well, do we fill potholes? Do we do a slurry seal? Do we do a full-blown, scrape up the asphalt, start all over? to really put in perspective the magnitude of the challenge that we're facing, and then the costs associated with it, and then how we phase these different projects, hopefully to coordinate with what's happening with Sandbag. Are we coordinating? I don't.
I think the answer to your question is that we are trying to put the systems in place to where we're doing all of those things. I sent you all an email today that has a lot of detail on a lot of subjects, and one of them was the planning process going forward, land use planning process going forward. And I'm very excited about giving Mark Persico some resources to do a better job, to do the job he's always wanted to do. In the planning arena. And when you look at some of these problems that we have that you identified up by the college on some of those streets, and by the way, I live very close to that project. I have no financial impact. I'm a renter. I don't think I've got any kind of conflict. But I wanted to make sure I was straight with Stephen. But we have to look at those areas so that as we plan our future, we're taking into consideration the capacities that we've got to handle those neighborhoods. It's an interesting formula, says a guy that's been doing this as long as I have, that on the one hand, people will say no development without solutions first, and you can't pay for the solutions without the development. I mean, one of the problems we had on that last chart, we don't have as much development impact money as a city our size ought to have, because we haven't had any substantial development in a long time. Without that revenue source, because property tax isn't a huge benefit for us, sales tax will get better over time, but right now we don't have as much sales tax opportunity as Ontario or another city. But we do have opportunities when it comes to future development to collect more development fee. And so one has to go with the other, and this has to be strategized, as you say, so well coordinated that when we do projects, we have the capacity to put in the improvements that make the projects work. I've seen that work in other places. I know it can work. We have to be able to be that strategic.
I guess my bottom line question is, how do you pay for capital improvements in neighborhoods that simply don't have the tax base to sustain those costs? How do you do it? I don't know how you do it.
You have to decide, first of all, you got to decide what you can afford. And I've said this, and I know it's not a popular thing to say, I don't know that this city can afford 40-some parks. I don't know that we can. I think we can fool ourselves and pretend that we can, but ultimately we're going to end up with some parks that are just going to look terrible because we can't maintain them. We can't operate them. So we have to make some decisions as to where we can do what we can afford to do, and we have to look at all the opportunities to pay for it. And that, I think that comes as the first source. I feel very strongly, as you all know, that cities that are sitting in pockets of poverty that are caused by the state's housing policies deserve to have more attention from other funding sources than we're getting, and I don't think we're even remotely getting enough. And I think politically we have, and here's the city manager who's not supposed to be political, but I think politically we've got to get ourselves unified as a voice and really demand the attention that areas like ours aren't getting. And it's not just us. There's other cities that can join that chorus, but we're being left out. And if we don't get some help, then there's areas that are going to go needy for a long time, and that means more crime. We got to clean this stuff up. So it's all part of the long-term strategy, and I'm maybe jumping ahead, but your question invited that.
I understand we've got to make some immediate decisions, but I think we cannot afford to dance around the difficult policy decisions that I think now we have to make. We're sort of starting with somewhat of a clean slate in many ways post-bankruptcy. We can't afford to go back to, you know, deceiving ourselves that we can do something that we can't do. And I think, you know, I think the discussion about the parks is one that I think I'd like to get to sooner rather than later. I think that discussions about what we're doing specifically to address development, and then how do we equitably, obviously, you know, there's going to be a lot of back and forth in terms of, well, yeah, we might be able to develop, but what about those parts of the city that are already developed and have aging infrastructure? Are we going to be are we going to shift funds from those developed areas into those? I mean, this gets into some really sticky questions that we're going to need to come to terms with sooner rather than later, and it's not a comfortable conversation, but I think that's where I'm hoping we get to fairly soon.
I'll give you another one. It's not a lot of money, but it's money. CDBG money. We're allowed to give up to 15% of the funds to nonprofits every year, and we give a lot of little amounts to a lot of nonprofits. I don't know how a city that's got the capital shortfall we have can afford to give away $400,000 that we ought to be spending on projects that we're deficient on. That's bad news for people who are looking. Yeah. But we're going to have to look at all of the above. You know, it's going to take everything that we've got to try to put the money where it belongs. And little by little, we'll make, you know, you do have to take care of neighborhoods that got left behind. And when you start taking care of them, then you start creating some opportunities for infill. Until you start taking care of them, there won't be any opportunities for infill. So it does kind of build itself over time if you start doing it.
One last question that was posed to me. I've had this raised to me numerous occasions, and I didn't see it on your list of possible funding sources, but I've been asked about these P-bids, the idea that a group of either property owners, business owners, can in essence tax themselves and then direct those funds to specific improvements. So in other words, if we were to go to our community and say, hey, look, this is all we can afford. This is our baseline. This is what we can afford as of today. These are the projects that we anticipate we're going to be able to do. If you want anything above and beyond that, here's another way you can do it. So have we entertained anything like that? Is that something that's in the mix?
It's really the districts, the maintenance districts that you've got right now are really the same thing in a different context. Under the law, there's several different kinds of bids that you can create. That's another one of them, and those are neighborhoods that are funding a certain level of maintenance that they wouldn't otherwise have. When you go to business areas, you can do the same thing, and then they have a board, and they generate their own budget every year that comes through the taxing for what they assess themselves, and they decide how to spend it and what to spend it on. Some P-bids are tremendously successful, some P-bids aren't, and there's a big, you can set them up to be owner-driven P-bids, you can set them up to be merchant-driven P-bids, so there's all sorts of philosophy that goes into it, but we certainly want to talk about it downtown for sure. In fact, when you get the report from the AECOM Franson group in a couple weeks, they actually reference it in their report.
Thank you.
Maybe not BID is a business improvement district, so that everybody know that, but
thank you.
Acronyms fly. Fast and furious. Okay, that's good. I appreciate you asking questions. I don't want to just talk. I want to facilitate. Another point that the city manager wanted to make sure we made is, and we've been talking about here really already, but is that it's equally important to know what's not included here. And the 3 studies we've been talking about doing will identify lots and lots of funds that we need to have. We'll start that conversation in earnest, I think, but even the document you have in front of you has about $81 million of unfunded project in it as well that are already, based on what we know today, don't have resources for. So it's important to know, but then when we get those results of those master studies and plans, it's, I said hundreds of millions, but another version we had, it's over $1 billion, I'm sure, if it's a dollar, of costs we're going to need to incur, or not going to need to incur, we're going to have needs for, but that really starts that discussion on the revenue discussion that Councilman Nichols was asking about, of what do we do over the next 10 to 20 years to begin to try and tackle that animal, not just an impressive 3-year program to get these things done. It's been a long time coming, so it's going to be a long time to prepare and sustained, ongoing, good decisions to maintain. And so this council hands off to the next and so forth, and it all just moves forward that way over a long term of moving the city forward.
The other thing that this does not include is changes in state law, and we talked about the improvements to the yard and the NEPDs and stormwater compliance. In LA County, they're facing millions of dollars in unfunded stormwater improvements because of changes in state law. So this doesn't include those things that we may have imposed upon us in the future.
Streetlight standards just changed.
Yeah, the streetlight standards recently changed, and so we need to be looking at signal changes.
Again, this slide's now redundant because we talked about it several times, but I'm going to make a point, if we hadn't already, about the 3 studies, and we want to take that strategic approach this year. So I will pass from that into really the next part of this, or the balance of this, is really designed to walk through that schedule that was passed out again, which is part of what's in the book. The same, but it's the same page numbers. It's just a copy of what's in the book. And then I was going to go through and go section by section and have you have a chance to see what's there and ask questions of Chris or Jim or anybody else that's appropriate about the projects that are proposed for 16-17. Give feedback. We'll take copious notes and we'll just move through them. And also I told Councilman Marquez that I would briefly walk you through the book, the way the book is laid out. A lot of intro stuff up front. You recognize, but when you get to the big schedules where all the detail is, the very first one is the page that we're going to talk through. The pages we're going to talk through now. It's the funded projects, the projects whereby we've identified a funding source and are proposing, recommending to you to move forward with those. The tab after that, which is cleverly titled Summary of Identified Projects, that could also read Unfunded Projects. And so they've been identified as a need, but have not identified a funding source for them yet. And so those are 2 separate lists of projects. They're not the same projects in both lists. And then when you get to the 3rd tab, you find, cleverly titled, the funded and unfunded. So it's a summation of those 2 together. And then the last long tab is a summary of projects by fund. So we really get to the funding source concept. So instead of looking at the projects by category, it is which fund is going to pay for those projects then. So it's funded and unfunded again. It's the comprehensive list of all the projects together, by which fund would most logically pay for them if we have sufficient resources to do so.
I'm writing this in the book when I write.
And then the very, very back, well, after that then, you have kind of a page by page, project by project detail that the Public Works Department has provided for all the projects that are funded. And then after that, the last long one is kind of just an index of all the projects one last time with more pieces of information that may or may not be relevant to you. So that's it. That's the book, how it lays out. And I'm going to close mine back up. Oops, that's why I went open. So, anyway.
His door stopped.
My binder broke. So the first category is the general buildings category. Made up of 13 projects, $4.7 million in the 16-17 year. And just want to see if there's any questions about any of those or feedback.
We do have City Hall relocation in here. the capital projects.
Which is the 1.6 for each of the 3 years, which comes out of our 20-year financial plan. That's how much was earmarked in the plan for that. And we think it's probably 3 years between the costs we're incurring now and by the time we actually get settled in our new home.
Now, the baseball stadium purchase, are we purchasing it from the former redevelopment properties?
We have to purchase it from us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to, it was identified as a project that we have to purchase, and then the money gets split among the taxing agencies. It wasn't given to us outright as a government facility. So, yes, we have to do that.
What is the, okay, so we have a convention center roof has actually been funded?
No.
Yes, it's actually kind of an emergency repair, so we need to find a funding source for it. We do have some.
Is that funded or isn't? I'm confused now, because these are
It's
funded
funded.
projects, right?
It's funded when you adopt the plan.
Yes.
What's the funding source for that?
Bond proceeds. Redevelopment.
So we've already identified a funding source for that project.
We kind of need to because we have to make these repairs.
Okay.
It's critical, yeah.
And for everybody's knowledge, when we talk about the convention center roof, we're talking about the plaza.
Yeah.
The plaza is a roof.
Is the roof.
So the plaza will have to come up, and we will have to rebuild it with something else.
And it may affect the water feature as well.
We may lose the water feature.
Most likely
We'll use bond funds that have already been identified, so that project is more or less in the pipeline then.
Well, we need to have it in the pipeline, so we're recommending, yes, that you authorize us to do that. Again, we have, it's leaking.
Yeah. California Theater seismic study, this is just the study?
But it's not funded for 2 years. So.
But what I'm saying, it's a $2 million study?
It's more than a study. It would be some design work for repairs, and we're not sure what that project is going to entail, but we need to go in and begin looking at it. So we tried to identify it as a potential future project.
The $2 million will not include repairs or mitigating.
I hope it includes part of it, because $2 million is a lot of money to spend on a study. I don't know the answer, but we'll write that one down and get it back to you, back to everybody.
Okay, and we'll move on then.
Just obviously, there's a lot of building projects. I mean, the parking garage right out here next to us obviously needs work, and we'll be spending some money over there. But we're just talking about what's in this year's funding right now.
Next is the Parks Recreation, and you see the projects listed for 16, 17 there. I counted the whole list, and that was the wrong thing. There's only 6 of them there, but then about $1.4 million was the funding for the projects as listed.
Thank you, sir. So, as we review this, just for the ground rules so we can understand, by you going these categorically, silence is not approval, right? It's just this is the opportunity for questions and for more information, and then at some point in time, you'll come back and we'll approve all these categories, correct? Okay.
Silence is not consent.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Grant, I have a question on Second Lake sales. You're recommending security fencing and restroom upgrade through CDBG. Is there a timeline? Is there like a due date that we have to spend this money? Otherwise, we'll lose it.
Yes, actually, it's in the works. We are getting ready to publish a design build project, and we should be constructed, I believe, by May of this year.
Can you kind of give me a little bit more information? What part of the park will be the secure fencing?
I'll defer that to.
Does Jim know?
Jim too.
Had to walk all the way over there.
So in a nutshell, with Seckham Lake, we had discussed this project prior, and what we're attempting to do here, what we're striving to do, is secure the most highly used area of the park, which is the baseball field. We've obviously had the Kaboom build with the playground over there, so what's being proposed here, or what's in this budget actually has been approved, is a $500,000 project to renovate the restrooms that are going to be inside of the fenced area of the baseball field. So it'll fence off the parking lot on 7th Street, secure that, and it'll secure and protect the investments that we have in our playground project as well as the restrooms, and it'll also encompass the infrastructural part of the park, which is the pump house and electrical room.
So just for clarification, the restrooms adjacent to the Kaboom project only at this point?
Yes, at this point it's going to be the restroom buildings that serve the baseball facility there.
And I know we're doing something with lighting.
Yeah, the lighting in that area has already been converted over to LED. We had to run new wire underground, replace the conduit underground, secure all the pole boxes, secure all the poles, and then convert the lighting into LED fixtures to light up the area where the investment's been made.
Only in that area for the time being. Yes. In the future, we'll do the entire park. The timeline, the, I guess, expiration date, if you will, when does this money have to be expended by?
The end of the this has to be done by the end of the fiscal year, I believe, but we need to
we made
some timelines prior to that, though.
To spend it by
I
May.
think we approved this already, right? Okay. Well, I'm really pleased because out of all the parks, I get blasted on this one, and I try to explain to constituents it would take more than $1 million to rehab the entire park, because just as we fix it, we have some challenges in that park.
But being that it's being used as it is, we need to make sure that it's a safe environment for the people, for the public that's using it, and that's what we're striving to do here.
You're right. Thank you.
Councilman Barr.
For Paris Hill Park, walk us through what the fencing is going to be there, because I know Roosevelt Bowl is already fenced. Is there going to be additional fencing, because it says Roosevelt Bowl security fencing, and a restroom upgrade, or is the actual park going to be fenced in, and so what part? And as far as like the cost, I see you have half the cost of what they're doing at Succumber Lake, so I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, it's a much smaller area, plus there's only one restroom to renovate there. So the fencing there will be to secure the area around the Roosevelt Bowl. The Roosevelt Bowl has fairly secure fencing on the front half of it, so we're going to look at putting a more secure fence around the backside so that the people that are breaking into it now can't gain access through these vulnerable areas. So we're going to shore up the vulnerable areas, and then again, what I've strived to do in the past is protect the investments that we're putting into our parks. With the Ann Sherrill's project that we did over there, we did a nice security fencing around there. So we're going to be putting a lot of money into the restroom facility at that particular portion of the park. We've also had some concern from some of the users of the Roosevelt Bowl that when they're having events there, that there's access from a lot of different areas and they don't quite feel secure. So this is going to secure that area. So during the events at the Roosevelt Bowl, the users of the facility have a little bit more of a sense of comfort. It's a little bit easier to secure and monitor who's going in and out of those events.
So it's kind of just securing the grassy area outside of the Roosevelt Bowl.
Yes, the grassy area outside, the walkway. It'll go around the restrooms, so those will be fully enclosed and a lot easier to secure.
Thank you.
Will it also include the hillside?
It will not include the hillside. It'll be fenced off. The fences will come back into the Roosevelt Bowl short of the hillside. But what we're looking to do is put some heavier fencing around the backside of the bowl so that they can't gain entrance through that hillside.
Yes, you had mentioned earlier that there was some funding set aside or projected for Ann Sherrill Park. Can you show me where that is?
Ann Sherrill's Park is in the splash pad conversion. So there's $400,000 of block grant money that's going to be, it's going to upgrade the splash pads in our city to either recover or recycle the water that's used so that we can actually use them during the restricted water usage times. So that's where that Ann Sherrill's money is, or that's where that money is for Ann Sherrill's there.
In addition to that, in addition to that, in projects PR 4-016 and PR 4-20, 1/7 of that project is also designated towards projects in your ward, or towards the need, which Jim and council will get together.
Yeah, thank you. On your Parks and Rec, how do you use your Parks and Rec committee to prioritize these projects, and how have you used in the past? I mean, is it something you use, these project lists? How do you get to, how do you come to the realization of these projects? Do you use the committee process to vet these ideas that you have?
The commission has not been used in that process as of yet. That's something that I would move towards. These are projects that were, the majority of these are projects that were carried over from 15-16. So the procedure of getting those on this CIP budget in 15-16, I wasn't part of that process, but now I would take these to commission, let the commission know what I'm moving forward with. But there's also an immediate need that's identifiable by staff that I've used as far as when we were putting these lists together. These are items that my department, through discussion with my staff members and my maintenance staff, these are immediate needs throughout the city. When we talk about restroom renovations, restroom upgrades, we have safety concerns at ball fields. So those are how I've identified the projects on the list.
Yes, Jim, the soccer complex. And what's here is the drop-off lane 2. Is that on the south side, that pull-in area there?
It's going to be a pull-in area. That's Valeria, right, Chris?
Yes.
Yeah. So it'll what we're
it's on the south side of the
east side.
It's currently in design. It has not been created yet.
Ah.
So our traffic during the last large event that was there, we got somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 tickets or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so our traffic engineer and Jim's crew, and as well as PD, kind of came up with to meet the needs of the manager of the soccer complex. Yeah. We determined that there needed to be somewhere for the parents to drop off their kids or their players. Mm-hmm. And so there's going to be a new drop-off zone created on park property, on Valeria. And so it's in design. It has not been created yet, constructed yet.
And Councilman, if I may, through communication with the operators of the complex now, one of their biggest issues is that when people bring their kids, because typically they have to show up an hour or so before the game, so especially in the earlier games, the family members will bring the participants over, pull up to the curb, and they'll start piling out of the car, getting their gear out of the back. Then the parents take off, go do what they need to do, and come back at a later, more closer to game time. So what we've talked to them about creating is a specific lane where they can pull off the street, out of the flow of traffic. And I think, Chris, it was going to have room for about 10 vehicles in there, the length of it. So 10 people could actually pull up and unload their kids and get those off the street and out of the flow of traffic while the kids are unloading their stuff, and the parents can then drive through and go find their parking after that.
I know the operators were talking about there's a lighting problem too. Right. Has that been taken care of?
Yes. The sequencing? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, for
yeah, so we
traffic
discussed
control.
Permitting issues, the drop-off lane issues. We went through all of that as their concerns.
Okay, thank you.
I know we authorized park rangers. Now, are they going to be paid out of this fund, or is it come from a different fund?
Cap, that's an operating cost.
Okay, thank you.
Just one thing on park projects. If you, I know we're focusing on the current year now, but look on this sheet. There's money in the first 2 years. There's virtually nothing after that. If it weren't for the CDBG money, there'd be virtually nothing in the park projects. And in those future years, there will be some CDBG money, so it'll populate that a little bit. But we don't get a lot of money for parks without development impact fees. We don't get a lot of money for parks. This really highlights it in a way that's, I think, a little bit scary, and that's why I talk so much about it. We were talking about revenue sources. I'll bring up another one that, since I'm on a roll bringing up unpopular topics. I think it's just informative. Riverside just passed a 1-cent sales tax and got it approved pretty easily.
60%.
They got they're getting something like $40 million. 52? Whoa.
Yeah.
$52 million out of 1 cent.
Crazy.
If we did, of course, we already have a 0.5 cent, and that's already, and we would need to reauthorize our 0.5%. But if we went to a quarter, quarter percent. If we went to a whole percent, we don't get $52 million. We get something
24.
24?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. That's a terrible, and everybody hates the idea of taxes, but at least when you're looking at sales taxes, you're drawing from a much wider pool of taxpayers than just the city. All of the San Bernardino people who go to Riverside are paying that sales tax in Riverside. We will need to talk about that at some point, because we're going to need some funding for things like this.
We will move on.
I got it in.
Sewer projects.
Any other questions in parks? Any conflicts of interest?
No.
Okay, sewer projects, listed currently is $955,000 is what's showing in the 16-17 year column, but the system-wide master plan update is listed here at $1.5 million, and that's actually not expected to be paid until the next fiscal year, but because it's something that's actually happening in the year, it's starting in the year we're in right now, I've included it here, so calling it $2.5 million, though that'll be spent over a 2-year period of time. So anyway, this is the sewer, those are the sewer projects. Again, it's very short-listed in that we're anticipating the comprehensive study to give us really what needs to be done, and then probably hand that over to Stacy once we have a good handle of what needs to be done. She can identify it or agree with it and so forth. But that's the plan for sewer. Primarily is to, beyond what has to be repaired and the ongoing video monitoring we're doing, identifies needs that have to happen now. So some of those projects will occur, but the big project is getting that overall assessment done, study done, so that we can transition that to the sewer fund or to the water department and their sewer operation. Okay.
Keep going.
Bill, keep going. Streets. It's the next category. Oops, oops.
Storm drains.
Storm drains.
Oops, I'm missing a slide. So, that said, let's do storm drains for $1.3 million. About again, indicated earlier there was 3 projects underway that Chris identified, but there's about a dozen here that over the course of this year will get some action or another.
Where in the world does this money come from?
Where's the storm drain? That's the storm drain impact fee fund.
But it's also got some gas tax money in it, and so longer term, we may want to look at whether or not there are other ways to pay for some of these costs so we can use gas tax for other things.
Because I have had some questions about the accounting for our storm drain funding over the past several years, and what's happened to that funding that's been received.
We will have to be very careful that we account for storm drain work out of sources other than the sewer fund. And there has been some crossover work done in the past, and we're going to account for it accurately the way.
Sure that fee that we're collecting from ratepayers is tying back to
storm drains.
Storm drains.
Yes.
Okay.
Question? Chris,
I know.
or somebody, on the 40th Street storm drain, that once was in where Mountain Avenue storm drain, replaced storm drain between 39th and 40th. $250,000, and then it dries up. The storm drain, excuse the pun. What is the $250,000 for? And is that back to what we were talking about, the design work? And
So we've got...
because on the next page on streets, then you've got the Harrison Canyon Street that comes around, and it's all connected. And also just I don't know where we stand on this, but that down that runs along Mountain down to 39th from 40th is county. And we were going to partner with them somehow at some point in time to have some help on that. Is that still in the works?
This is just the city portion. And we've taken them in two separate projects. As you see on the top, there's just the storm drain portion is the 39th to 40th on Mountain, it's $250,000.
Right.
Below, you've got the street improvement portion, which is 39th and 40th, that's $472,000.
Right. Wait a minute, where's that?
You're jumping down.
Yeah.
Is that more than design?
You've got construction of the storm drain, design and construction.
Okay. That's the answer.
Yeah.
So in-house design and we're getting ready to
Again, we're just talking, that's $750,000 for those two projects, design work only.
No, design and construction.
And construction.
We're at 90% design, in-house design, getting ready to publish the construction
Any
document.
schedules on those for construction?
For
We're going to wait till rain stops and then go to work.
We should probably have bid documents probably in the next, I would say, 90 days, and be able to put that out on the street.
Okay, because as you know, that one's been
Yeah.
on here and off here and on here before I came on, over 8 years ago. So, okay, thank you.
Chris, on the baseline water and storm drain, we allocated $99,900 to do what specifically? Because that historically has been a nightmare when it rains, and it's always turns into a lake after, and it stays there. So
That is the whole shebang.
is that to unclog it, redesign it? I mean, I don't know what exactly you guys going to do.
Well, I'm going to let Robert talk about the whole improvement, because Robert's been at the forefront of that particular design.
Okay.
But that's the entire improvement. That's one of his projects in particular.
It's a project that's been around for a while. The baseline and Waterman project, there's a culvert that's there that has been crushed and hasn't been able to get replaced. Currently, we're trying to get bids so that we can go and work on that project, and we're actually anticipating that project be less than that amount. But yes, that is an area. Once we get that culvert going, the water will be able to flow through and won't pond up and cause major damages as it has been doing.
When do we expect that project to be completed?
Currently, we've been waiting for the CIP to get approved so we can actually work on it, but we actually been working behind the scenes and getting bids from contractors to go forward with it. We're kind of hoping that they would kind of work in tandem, so once this got approved, we can have those 3 bids, we can come to you, see if we can get it awarded to a contractor, and then go forward with it.
Well, what's a ballpark projection of 8 months, a year?
We're hoping for the construction to be before the end of this fiscal year. Actually, we're looking more towards March, but We don't know the weather and stuff, so this fiscal year. Hopefully before summertime, yes.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much.
And just real quick, that Harrison Street pavement rehabilitation between Linwood and 40th Street, $63,000. That was all repaved. That whole street was repaved, wasn't it? Completely repaved. What's the $63,000?
Where
It's on page 31. About a third of the way down. Harrison Street.
Harrison Street was repaved. That's the buttoning up part of the 47th Street segments.
This says Harrison Street pavement rehabilitation between Linwood and 40th Street.
So we've got...
There's $63,000 there.
So that was part of that's the carryover left of a much larger project. Harrison was part of a 47th Street segment project that we had. We still have some budget left over to button up some items on that project. It's still not completed yet.
Okay.
So
But that whole street was paved from 40th to Linwood.
Right. We probably most likely we've got some striping left on there.
Okay.
We've got some things of that nature to button it up.
Okay.
Okay, streets.
Thanks, Robert.
Kind of moved on into streets if
Yeah.
you want to. More street questions? Okay. Got it. I'm in notes.
We're on the street?
Yes.
Little Mountain, is there anything planned for Little Mountain?
I believe Little Mountain is the CIP.
I didn't see anything. I might have missed it.
No.
No. Kind of moved on to streets now. Take any and all questions.
Are there any plans in terms of?
Yeah, Little Mountain is part of the CIP.
Just so you know, I think that is a conflict for me, because I do live within 500 feet of Little Mountain, but if we're just talking about it today, I think it's something... So I can't even bring it up? How about the north part of Little Mountain?
It's outside of the conflict.
Yeah, everything north of the park.
Okay, Chris, can you follow up on that?
Yeah, we can follow up on that.
Yeah.
But I believe it's listed in there. It may not be entitled Little Mountain, but I'll double check on that one.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we get a lot of calls.
Well, Little Mountain is just so you know, it's undergoing a massive potholing project in the next 10-15 days.
I know we're passing constantly potholes up the side of the hill, and after every rainstorm they wash out, and they're just as bad as they were before.
Okay, anything more on streets right now?
Thank you, Mayor. Only to say that I think we need to, on top of the asphalt management plan that we have, somehow I think the study will suggest that we need to also have the slurry scrub seal. I think we need to be a little bit more. That's kind of like lotion, as I understand it, lotion to our skin, but it's certainly the scrub slurry seal. If we do not have a slurry seal program, then we're always going to be in rehabilitation mode. And so I don't quite. I mean, I see some slurry seal and scrub slurry seal, but I think we need to do more. And it's cheaper. The linear feet of actually doing that is substantial. We can really do a lot of preventative maintenance by just applying the slurry seal.
Yeah, I believe in that too.
So I only see about 5 or 6 maybe projects out of the 100 or so here, but
I think that assessment will kind of demonstrate what's... Right.
You know, we have a couple of defined projects for slurry seal at locations, and then we have an overall annual budget for slurry seal.
You do?
And that's SS-D.
What is it?
SS-D.
How much is that?
Where's that,
It's-
on what page?
It's about $1 million over 5 years.
30.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, all right, cool.
We need to spend more than that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's all that we've got, but we need to spend more than that.
Okay, move on. The last category, conversation now is traffic signals, and traffic control. About $1.5 million, and roughly 17 projects.
This is one of those areas in capital budgeting that is confounding because the public sees the signals out there and they think they're just fine. They're not timed right, but the hardware and all of that is just fine. The trouble is you got to replace them every so often. What, Rob, about every 30 years? Traffic signal intersection lasts about 30 years. So you have to schedule into your capital budget constantly replacing intersections. So you don't see a whole lot of money in this budget after the first year, and that's something that will, over time, will become a deferred maintenance nightmare if we don't figure that out. So the good news is when you upgrade an intersection, you can make them smarter and you can do more with them, and that's part of the solution to some of the serious traffic problems.
Yeah, Chris, and we talked about this, the 28th and Waterman, the fact that the pole was taken down and so forth. What's the status on that?
I believe it should be in within the next, 2 weeks. Yeah.
Folks keep asking about it.
Yeah.
That was the long lead custom
I know,
pole.
I know. Should be here.
And somewhat tied to that, I've received a number of calls regarding signals and streetlights. I think it's sort of both, but whenever there's an accident, a vehicle takes out one of those poles or damages one of those signals, in theory I would assume we're getting insurance, we're filing insurance claims.
If they have it.
Yeah.
And if we can
Right.
and if we can identify them.
Right, and whether or not, if there's any procedure in place rather than pulling from our capital budget to ensure those insurance proceeds go back to repairing that. But there is, I know, the edge signal at Edge Hill and Little Mountain. I'm constantly seeing and hearing cars skidding to a stop because that signal, I think the compression pad, whatever it is just doesn't work.
You know that, President?
Double check.
Yeah,
Edge Hill and Little Mountain. Right at the base of the mountain as you come down, and it'll turn red on you and there's no cars there.
They did part of the work and then it just sits there. Yeah, and it looks bad, but we're waiting for the delivery of something.
Okay. Just want to make sure, is that just standard maintenance, or is that
That's
something?
just regular maintenance. It's not included.
That doesn't have
Okay.
With that, that's what we wanted to talk through and receive your feedback, and we've done that, but any other direction or edits before we wrap this up?
I have a question. On the streets part, I'm looking at the projects that were outlined in the A bond and B bond. Are they included in this funded part?
Yeah. Yes, now all that money isn't available to us yet, but the projects are included, and in some cases, we're going to need to sit down and walk through what the projects are, because there's some changes we think that we will agree we need to make to those projects. But yes, it's assumed in this budget that that work gets done.
The reason why I ask, because I'm looking through and I've highlighted all the ones that were in the 6th ward, and I remember when I had a conversation, one of the things that I can say that I did, we toured the 6th ward my first month sitting in city council, and you saw the areas. We talked about the A and B bonds, and that was money that was taken away originally and it was supposed to be given back. So that my question is, why is that included in this portion when we should have work done in addition to that bond money. And as I'm looking down the list, there's maybe 3 or 4 projects, maybe 5 in the 6th ward. And so, and I know that from all my life of living in the 6th ward, it has been an area that has been left out. And especially when it comes to street paving, there's a lot of damaged streets in that ward, and the residents are not happy because they're not getting served. And I understand when you talked about the red flags when they brought up the map earlier, and there were red things that were outlined in red, that some of the streets are so bad you know it's not cost effective to fix it now, but to go back later. But you have to understand these residents have been left out for many years. Some of these things go back to 2007, 2008. So for them to get an understanding that they're not on this because, oh, we have so many other streets to do, I think that we need to relook at that, and we can sit down and talk one-on-one and kind of outline some of those projects, because the residents on the west side are not happy.
I fully get it. I've said that before publicly, and I now have 2 meetings with the neighborhood scheduled in the next 2 weeks. I hope you will be participating. And I look forward to having that specific dialogue. I fully agree that there's parts of the city that have been left out, and the idea is to get in and do some of the work. I don't want to overpromise, because we couldn't fix every red street in this city probably in my lifetime with the funds we have right now. But we're going to have hopefully solutions that we develop, and we'll start doing work in such a way that people feel it's equitable and logical, and hopefully we'll find some sewer projects, for instance, that need to be done, and it'll be part of the sewer project to repave the street. That's one of the good things. Every time you fix a sewer line, you get the street repaved. And so we're going to be looking for these opportunities to get these things done, and we can sit down specifically and talk about it. In fact, I'd like to sit down with each one of the council members, now that you've been through this workshop, and talk about specifically what's in your area and what your reactions are to all of this, and be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Chris, let's talk about the here and now. It's been raining many days. Potholes are now craters. They've turned from craters to sinkholes. I've advised my constituents they need to wait until the rain subsides. What's the best way to let staff know? They just call the call center so a CRM can be created? Is that the best way to track them?
Yes.
Sure. Yes. But we're also going to be proactively going out with our team. And so we've got not only our city staff, but our contract staff, and we're going to hit the ground running.
Good, because I know a lot of residents are not happy. They're upset because they have to file a claim to fix their wheel alignment or a flat tire, what have you. And I'm like, we're not the only city experiencing this. This is statewide. I mean, it's rained pretty hard. So I just want to reassure them that we are on top of it, and if they have specific locations to grab the phone, 7272, and you know the person at the other end will create a CRM for that purpose.
And we know we need to fix these. The trouble is you fix a pothole when it's wet, and you're going to be fixing that same pothole again.
I know.
And we're fooling, we'll make people think that it's a good thing, but in the long run we're wasting their money.
You're
and
right.
we can't afford to waste money, so we can only do what it's logical to do at this point.
And safely.
Yeah.
We're looking for the forecast of no rain.
Price starting Wednesday, so hopefully we'll get the.
Yeah, we need to go back.
We can't rain after that.
So let's go back in a drought condition. So it's still possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilman Barrio. And Chris, taking it a step further, for people that are searching for reimbursement, I know there's people that think it's a joke to even ask the city to reimburse them for the repairs that they have to do on their vehicles. What is that process?
People can file a claim, But cities are liable when there's been constructive notice beforehand. We're not liable where there hasn't been. And that isn't good news to people sometimes, but that's the nature of the law as it relates to municipal liability. Did I say that right?
Yes. Very well.
And so who would they go see if the hole has
City
been
clerk's office
reported?
to file a claim,
You can do it online.
or they can report it. Yeah, you have to
I think you
do
can
it
get the
online.
form online and then, but it has to be mailed. They need a wet signature, a hard copy, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Yeah, so you can do it all online, but you've got to then either hand carry it in or mail it in.
Yeah, they mail it into my office and we walk it down.
I'd like to thank, were there any more questions on the, I'd like to thank the city manager, assistant city manager, and Chris and Brent and Dixon for your time and effort to put this together. And
She's behind the post, but very important.
thank you. This has been very helpful. I would like to go back for just a moment, though. Councilmember Nickel asked the question, if you don't have the tax base, how do you do this? And I think that this has been a good exercise for each council member to have a chance to take a look at this. But in the solution to this question that you brought up, I think that the council will probably have the opportunity to look at the city as a whole, as we define what areas of the city we can make a difference in, so that there may be projects that are specifically identified in future years that may get then potentially reallocated as the council decides what areas of the city are those areas that we should concentrate on to get the best application of those available dollars. And just as a for instance, and this isn't to pick on Councilmember Valdivia's ward, this is an item where, for instance, the Hospitality Lane and signal improvements from E Street to Waterman Avenue. We've identified for signalization correction $85,000. We've also identified a median correction of $470,000. So that might be a discussion where, is that the best usage of that? We don't like the delineators. Is there another alternative to more aesthetically appealing delineators versus the full median repair? So those are some discussions that I think we'll probably want to have in the context of the larger picture of what areas of the city become the critical areas to continue to upgrade and maintain.
Good point, Mayor.
So
Good point.
this is, I think, a great start to be able to get to that discussion. Any further discussion? So there's no action being asked at this time. We appreciate the city attorney's office providing us with that admonition. And thank you, Councilmember Nickel, for helping us to stay on task with that. If there's no other discussion on this item, we'll turn it over now to public comments. Patricia Sachs.
On the backside, I just said answer it from there. I don't need to come up and ask.
The question that she has is, I need the staff at City Hall is moving out because the building needs retrofitting, etc. You can address it from your seat without me asking the question. So is the question, when are we moving out?
Well, I just heard today from Gregory Villanueva that you're considering his building. And I thought, oh, is the City Hall in trouble? And then I see it says City Hall relocation, so what is the plan?
Actually, the plan, City Manager, do you want to address that?
We're, excuse me, I don't know exactly what the future is for Mr. Villanueva's building. I know we've talked to him as one of the alternatives, but right now we're planning on moving everything out of City Hall because of seismic safety problems that we cannot fix without moving out, and that project is in our future. So we're moving to 3 different locations around the city, right around the downtown, and eventually we'll relocate into this building because we're small enough as a staff now to fit, but we have to do work here first. So, in fact, this will be the council chamber at some point. It won't be set up like this. Yeah, we like it too. But we'll have a real sound system when that day comes, and so it'll be more comfortable, and we'll figure out this air conditioning by then. But that's what's going on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson?
You know, before this city went bankrupt, our former mayor, before Mayor Davis, told us that we could run the city on $125 million. We went bankrupt because he was wrong. Now I look at this budget you give us for capital improvements, and you're trying to fix things work with $62 million. You know, a lot of promises were made. And I was not at all pleased with the campaign tactics used by those who wanted to push the new charter. I actually was quite disgusted with the way they made the promises and the way they phrased it. Needless to say, we all know I didn't support it. When I read it, there were so many red flags, I couldn't believe that this is what we had after 2 years. I was incredulous that we would actually try to push this. But the residents voted for it, and now that is our city's constitution. It behooves all of you to get busy and make those adjustments. Now, what you may think of as mundane in the city charter and in ordinances can impact people's lives very significantly. I'll give you one example, and I've stayed away from it, but I'm not going to do it for very long. It's the mobile home residency law. Okay? One little thing can change somebody who's on a limited income like that. You have people up here talking about the streets and all of that. I would encourage you, John, I'm very happy for you. Get the citizens involved. You guys complain about the fact that residents aren't involved, but then you cut public speaking time and you don't want to have meetings to allow them to know what the mundane things are so they can understand it. Just because they don't come here in droves doesn't mean you don't give them the opportunity. And Valdivia, I love it. Fred, first thing you did was, oh, no, we can't do that. We can't shut that down. Yet last council meeting, it was you who was complaining about people like me who get up on the podium and we're uninformed or we're running off half-truths. Then take the time to inform us, Fred, because half the time you seem like you're uninformed. If you don't like the half-truths or what we say, put it out there. We got a city that's in serious trouble. Anybody who's looking to this and looking at the numbers, let's face it, not one of you mentioned one time in here. You know why we have such a problem? Because the city that actually funds themselves properly, all those capital improvements, usually they have bonds. They take out bonds. But you know what? We just got out of bankruptcy, and guess what we did? We screwed over the bondholders throughout the entire world. Okay, that's why you're going to have trouble. That's why you need to have the water department take over the sewers, because you no longer have the bond rating to get things done. That's how you fix things with the bankruptcy. You see, there's a lot of issues in this city. And you talk about transparency. Well, if you don't have the meetings and you don't inform the residents or at least make the effort, then how the heck do you have the right to be upset with us when we don't understand what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Adams? Robert Porter? Sandra Ibarra?
Mayor, Council, and remaining audience. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I get off from work at 5 p.m. and I was called up to speak on a consent item before 5 p.m. Unacceptable. It is after 8 p.m. and I've been here waiting patiently until after 8 p.m. to do my public speaking because I didn't get to speak on item 5F. If you remember in September, we had Mr. Ed Flores come up to the council rushing you guys to approve allocating $625,000 in home HUD funds with the promise that he was going to come back to council within 90 days. December 19th came and he never showed up. I've been emailing, city manager has been in every one of those emails, and he's very well aware. December 27th, he emails me telling me that Ed Flores did the plan. Just for some reason, it's not making it onto the agendas. And today that we're going to renew his contract under Flores and Associates, not even Ed Flores. CDBG, if you all look into the HUD website, 70% of it must be used for activities that benefit low to moderate income persons. Before you guys do the capital improvement projects, make sure that it is benefiting the low to moderate income areas, not just the northern side of town. Like Ms. Basine was saying, 6th Ward needs that assistance, 3rd Ward needs that assistance, 2nd Ward needs assistance, 1st Ward needs it. And I see a lot of 5, 7, and 4th, some of the 4th in there too, but you know, that's money that's supposed to be used to help the people in the low and moderate income areas. Also, per CDBG HUD funds, the city must develop and follow a detailed plan that provides for and encourages citizen participation. The CDAC has not met since June. That's citizen participation right there. I am a liaison between the city and the residents, and I can't give them updates. In December, we were told that IHDC had funds for owner-occupied rehab. I got called back from one of my neighbors telling me that he was told on Friday there's no money. He has a leaking roof. He is a veteran. He is retired. We're supposed to be having meetings. We're supposed to give the opportunity to review proposed activities and program performance. We're supposed to provide answers. And we're supposed to also meet the needs of non-English speaking speakers under the CDBG rules in HUD. I just want to let you guys know that. And before we renew again, Mr. Ed Flores, you guys deserve their respect, and he should come up here and give you guys, either him or city manager, give you that plan for the $625,000.
Thank you. Frank Pierce. Frank Pierce.
Change of venue tonight, I see. So, okay. I guess all I'm tonight. I just want to talk about now that the federal elections are over, and how they pertain to our city here, and so now that the federal elections are over, the federal government will turn its focus to let me start over again here. I don't know why the change of venue. I guess somebody must have called in an earthquake threat. I don't know. But anyway. Anyway, now that the federal elections are over, the federal government will turn its focus to reconstructing the Supreme Court justices. And we must remember the jury stipulations from the original Constitution in an advanced format to stimulate the work of a multiracial society in an expanding population of a variety of people. And this is most explicitly defined by our 14th President Pierce, as he defined the word peers for a jury of 12 with 10 stipulations: that they must be integrated, of the same location of incident, same tax bracket, similar occupation, same age class, strangers, different last names, pro-justice, pro-democracy, balanced gender with 2 alternates of the same gender, in case that doesn't work out. And as the 8 justices have to have one of each of the 4 races of Caucasian, Romanian, African, Oriental, with the Chief Justice mixed with red-blooded Indian. So now we have to replace 2 justices, the one that passed away and a cheap Magnafake rubber who has been recognized as a klux, sometimes referred to as a rubber chicken. And California voted no on 60, which means no rubbers. We don't need any white dwarf inbred noisemaker pointing its plastic finger at us so its kind can drop and die of expedient execution, which was voted for in California. And we can toss its body out of the Washington Monument, and if it sticks, it can be presumed innocent, as a presumption of innocence first. And that will sting a lot more, of course. So, but if it bounces, it will be found guilty, and we should just hunt it down and fry it again. So we might opt for the tar and feathers to influence it to stick and ease its fall. And we can always recognize a real Chief Justice like Bull Ricardo or Bill Richardson of New Mexico, and this won't be a problem for a more intellectual society. And on top of that, and you wonder how this affects our city here, this pertains to us as not only what we do to keep in mind when we pay federal taxes and receive grants, it affects the value of our money and the variety and quality of the products it can buy. So this is something that we need to keep in mind because it stimulates a better environment and a working environment. So think of that. Thank you so much. Muy bien. Have a good day.
Thank you. Jay Lindberg. Thank you very much. Concludes public comments. Any items to be referred to council committees? Announcements from council members. Councilmember Shred.
Well, actually, I don't think I have any announcements tonight, but I want to recognize my colleague, Mr. Benito Barrios, has been chosen with probably nobody's heard of WELL, but that has to do with water, and it is the Water Education for Latino Leaders. And he shared with me the other day that he was one of 18 in the state that's going to be the Latin leader to go to these conferences. And the WELL is a group that was started, I think, back in 2012, and they just work with Latin leaders in the state to keep them up to date on water. And I just wanted to congratulate you for your getting nominated for that or being selected. So,
and it's not just for Latinos. Aconeta Warren is one of the ones that
oh,
was
okay.
selected as
Well, it says Latino leaders. And I know Aconeta's not Latino.
We're all leaders of Latinos.
But that's good. Okay, great. But anyway, congratulations, that's all. I also wanted to just recognize, we all went through a lot with Mary's Mercy Center and Mary's Mercy Home, and they were back on the 11th of January at the annual IEP dinner, Inland Empire Economic Partnership annual dinner. They were recognized as the nonprofit of the year by that group. So I wanted to recognize them and congratulate them as well. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Schritt. Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. On this Wednesday, in 2 days, January 25th, we have our Southwest District Coffee with the Cop at Michael's Burgers, located at 940 West Highland Avenue. And for any information, contact Lean Hards at 909-384-5694. Also, don't forget, on Thursday this week, January 26th, at 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., there will be the 2017 Point in Time Count will be conducted by San Bernardino County. For information to participate in this important event, to identify all the homeless in our county, including the city, contact Michelle Bletcher at 909-386-8231. And I want to encourage everyone in the city, if they have the time, on Saturday, January 28th, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., to go to the Bryce Edwards Haynes Park tree planting and community meeting located at 9th and E. It's the new park that's going to be added to our city, and this is an opportunity for all of our constituency and throughout the city to have input on what's happening in the park and to get updated on what's going on with that park. So it's a great addition to the city, and they're asking for our community to come together to not only get input, give input, but to also be updated. That is all, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Barros. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Option House Incorporated invites you to attend their 40th year anniversary party on Wednesday, February the 8th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. This event will be taking place at the California Theater located at 562 West 4th Street. The price is $40 per person. For ticket information, you can call 909-383-1602. As many of you know, Option House serves victims of domestic violence, and this organization has helped break the cycles of violence since 1977. And finally, the San Bernardino County Transitional Assistance and Molina Healthcare are teaming up to provide free tax preparation services. These services are available to eligible individuals and families whose combined household income was less than $55,000 in 2016. The free tax preparation services will be offered on Friday, February 24th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Molina Healthcare main office located at 550 East Hospitality Lane, Suite 100. Please call 909-347-1255 or 760 area code 552-6176 to make an appointment or to get information in terms of what documents you will need for the tax preparation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Nickel.
I have no announcements, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also share with the Transitional Assistance Department and the San Bernardino America's Job Center, we will also be doing tax preparation. I believe it will be every other Monday, but for more information, you can call area code 909-382-0440. And tonight I sit here with a saddened heart that a dear friend of mine, a co-worker, a mentor, passed away. Her name is Beverly Wilson. She worked for the county for over 40 years. She retired from the Workforce Development Department, and then she became a city employee. She worked for Sabita. So she worked for Sabita for a little bit over 4 years. So, you know, it was a shock to everybody, but you know what, I give my condolences to her family, her friends, and everybody that knew her. Her services will be on Thursday at Harrison and Ross Mortuary on Highland Avenue at 11 o'clock. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Councilmember Mulligan.
I have none.
Thank you. I'd just like to announce tomorrow, January 24th, we'll be holding the evening with the mayor at Grace Church at 1333 East 39th Street. City manager will be joining me, and I believe also maybe the chief and the city attorney. City attorney, do you have any items?
No, I don't have anything.
Glad to see you here today, this evening.
I'm glad to be here. I don't like that being in Reno where it's about 10 degrees right now.
City manager?
I have a quick one. I had sent out an email that suggested there's this group that's the U.S. Veterans Initiative that has now, I believe, they may have even filed a project now with the city for homeless veterans housing. They've met several of you. They haven't met all of you, and they'd like to. And I'm not their agent, but I'm trying to put that together. I had suggested perhaps the 24th or 25th. That didn't work out. So if you took note of that in my email, you can ignore that. We're going to look for a date and try to do a meet and greet so that you can meet the people. I think it's a very reputable group, and they have a couple of projects. I think they're both in Benito's ward, if I'm not mistaken.
Up near San Bernardino High School.
Right. And anyway, I just want you to all be equally informed. I don't even know if there's an entitlement process on these. I'm just not aware yet, but I do want you to have a chance to meet these people. So we'll set that up.
Thank you. City clerk? No. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned until 2 p.m. Monday, February 6th in the regular council chambers in City Hall. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.